This underway with the Brock and Salk show on Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com, Seattle Sports app, podcast platforms, all of them, everywhere. Thanks for being with us. We appreciate it. The app will take center stage. Actually, a little late today, 9 o'clock instead of 8 o'clock, as we do Here's the Thing, a little later than normal, because we got to make room for the most intriguing Mariner countdown, which we're doing every day at 8. So just got to move a few things around. We got guests galore today. I mean, we are guested up. We got John Forslund, who's going to join us at 6:30. John's on the East Coast. Didn't do the game last night because they were on TNT. So he should be well rested. It's not like he was flying and all that last night. So excited to talk to John at 6:30. We got Shannon at 7:30. And then Matt Miller, NFL Draft Scout, will join us at 8:30 from ESPN. We'll talk some NFL draft with him. So we're going kind of all over the board today. I have been living in Seattle for, it's going to be almost exactly 16 years since I moved here. Okay. Wow. Yeah. It's coming up really fast. Like, it's crazy. Right around now might have been like when Heather and I set out for Seattle from Boston. I mean, we got in the car and we drove across country. I think we took, 5 or 6 days, 7 days, something like that to get here. Had a nice stop with a couple of friends of hers in Denver. We stopped in Twin Falls, Idaho, which we were talking about the other day, very close to Gooding. And anyway, so that was about 16 years ago. In the 16 years that I've been here, I don't think I've ever been to the incredible event that Maura and I went to yesterday. and I'm aghast. How have we never been to this before? I don't know if I've missed the email. I don't know if I haven't been invited. I don't know if...
There's been years where I've seen the pictures after.
Yeah.
I somehow missed it. And for a while, I was working on the show that Lefko's on now, sadly for him, because Lefko loves a good food event. And he wasn't able to go
last night.
Because Wyman and Bob were on air.
Gosh, so we went to the new Mariner food offering event in the press club at T-Mobile yesterday. I got to tell you, you never know how anything is going to translate from the display option all the way to, feeding 30,000 people at a ballpark. So, look, I can't tell you anything I don't know how it's going to translate. I just don't know. Last year, we created a bit of a what would you call it? A frenzy. Thank you. We created a bit of a frenzy with the double Mitchwich, with the excitement level around the double Mitchwich, those two sandwiches put together on one plate. So much so that I was asked yesterday not to make too big a deal out of any single item because they didn't want problems on opening day with people out there desperately trying to get to whatever item I'm talking about. But here's the thing. There's a lot of them. There were multiple things I tried yesterday.
It was so good. And they really did it up. Like, everything was on, displayed so nicely.
It was fancy.
You could get a drink and wander around and eat food. And yeah.
So it was just to kind of set the scene for you guys. Maura, I only knew a few people there. And there had to be 100 people there. So I knew Maura. And Justin was there, not in his 710 capacity, but Justin was there because he also does, Mariner. He works for the Mariners doing, the
in-game,
in-game, PA stuff, and he's great at it. And he was sort of hosting this too. He was kind of walking around with a microphone, and occasionally he'd make little announcements and stuff. And so Justin was there. I knew some people that work for the Mariners: Kevin Martinez, Greg Green, Trevor Gooby. Malcolm was there. I knew some people that work for the Mariners in their front office. I don't think I knew anybody else. I met Miggs, who's, I guess, one of our competitors, of course, from KSW. Great guy. Never met him before. So that was nice. I talked to him for a few minutes. But honestly, I didn't know anybody. So I was asking, who are these? Oh, they're influencers. So apparently, Maura, I think you and I are now in the influencer category after being invited to what seemed to be essentially an influencer event.
Well, what are you going to influence people to try?
Well, I'm getting to that in just a moment. I will say that I think we're going to have a talk with Stacy because she had the opportunity, I think, to go to this. And given that I think she kind of thinks of herself a little closer to influencer status than maybe you or I do, I got to find out why Stacy wasn't at this event yesterday, because this should have been her deal.
I don't know if she considers herself that. She's more private than an influencer. She's not constantly posting stuff.
I guess that's true, but she's more involved in the influencer scene. I feel like she would know more influencers. Maybe she could have translated for us and pointed people out so we knew who any of them were. I didn't know anybody there. Anyway, all right, you want to know what stood out? And Maura, I know you'll probably have a few as well, but I got a couple things that really stood out. And I'm going to start with the best and kind of go from there. I'm not going to mess around and wait. I think the best thing, or at least the most unique and interesting thing I ate, were the sumo dogs. Surprising. I was not expecting that to be the case. When you read the description, I'll read you some of the description. This is going to be up at section 190. Sumo Dog explores the combinations of the American classic hot dog with a heavy nod to the Japanese izakaya. Offerings for their inaugural year at the ballpark include the Godzilla, a foot-long all-beef Hempler's hot dog, beef chili, togarashi cheese sauce, wasabi relish, pickled pepper, spicy mayo, teriyaki sauce, furikake, minced onion, jalapeno, and nori. I think that might have been the one I had. Or maybe I just had the classic Sumo Dog. I think that's what I had. Wasabi relish, pickled pepper, spicy mayo, teriyaki sauce, furikake, minced onion, and nori on an all-beef hot dog. Dude, they were so good. Shockingly good. Like, good quality hot dog, and then crazy Japanese spices and stuff and toppings. Loved it. So that, I think, took the gold. Look, the sushi was great. They've got the ichi roll, which is awesome. That was really cool. That's at Nakagawa, which will be at section 132. So both in the 100 level, just as you're walking around.
The sushi, but I would definitely recommend the ichi wings.
The ichi wings were delicious and going to be at the walk-off market. So you just walk away with wings. You don't even have to wait while they're cooked.
And apparently, I mean, if you're a super fan, apparently that's the exact recipe that he requested. Almost what sounds like almost on a nightly basis.
They were his thing. So
that's pretty cool.
I loved the Holy Smokes brisket sandwich. I tried the pork sliders. They were good. The brisket was better. The ballpark banh mi, good, although I'm more of a pork banh mi fan more than a chicken banh mi fan, so that was just sort of okay. Turn 2 teriyaki chicken bowl, good. In fact, very good. That's a Kenji Lopez alt deal. Really, really good. That's also a walk-off market. The last truly great thing I tried, though, was Salt and Straw. And I like Salt and Straw in general for ice cream. I think they have good ice cream. But the birthday cake and blackberry.
Oh, yeah, we both ate that.
Oh.
And I
whoa.
It was delicious, and I would definitely recommend it. But we went for that because we were looking for the ice cream nachos.
We missed those.
And apparently they were so popular because Justin said he saw them bringing tons out.
Yeah.
That they were gone by the time we got there.
Yeah, and I saw them being brought around, and I kept saying, well, I'll get that at the end. I don't want to eat dessert in the middle of this deal. I want to keep eating food. And then, we missed those.
Apparently it's like waffle cone chips with ice cream and toppings. But yeah, definitely the birthday cake blackberry ice cream.
One last shout out.
Very good.
One last shout out to the Little Dumpers. The Little Dumpers were the little hot steamed pork soup dumplings with sesame and hoisin sauce. They were delicious. Yeah, kind of what you would get at a Din Tai Fung or something like that, or at the Dozone, similar type of deal. The Little Dumpers, and Brock will be happy now because Brock wanted to know why there wasn't a big dumper, a giant soup dumpling, which is a terrible idea. But apparently,
really, have you never had these before? Like the broth comes out and you don't want that getting all over you.
Well, here's what I'll tell you.
Burning you.
They did attempt to make a big dumpling, but it didn't work.
Oh.
Apparently, they did try to make one, but it just didn't work. So that's what I know. It was pretty fun. I'm not going to lie. If I have to say, if I'm looking to cause a frenzy this year, I would say it would be for the Sumo Dog.
Okay.
And especially because it kind of works at the ballpark. I mean, I will say, I like wings and stuff. I like the ichi wings. But it can be a little awkward trying to eat that at a ballpark.
Yeah.
Right? Or even the teriyaki. Now you got a fork involved.
Not quite as messy as a hot wing, but yeah, you're still going to get your hands sticky.
Forks and trying to hold a plate for the teriyaki. Good, but a little awkward at the ballpark, I think. The Sumo Dog fits right in. I mean, just tremendous. Loved it. So if you were looking for something to eat on opening day, I think that would be my top recommendation, would be the Sumo Dog. So anyway, that's what we got. Yes, I know people are mad because there's food in addition to the baseball team. Guys, it's two different things. You can get mad about the baseball team all you want. That doesn't mean you got to knock the food. They could do both. Yes, it would be great if the team was better, this and that and the other. I know. The food is awesome. And I was excited about it because the experience matters also. And there's no reason to take that out on the people that work hard on the business side of this, on the administrative side, on the food side, the facility side. There's a lot of great people who work there. If you're mad at the team, I totally understand. I'm not here to convince you otherwise. I'm just saying those people have nothing to do with it. And they did an awesome job kind of getting the ballpark ready for the food this year. And I'm pretty excited to eat more of those dogs because they're pretty awesome. All right. John Forslund going to join us in 20 minutes. We'll talk some hockey. We'll give you guys everything you need to know, including an NFL rule change that needs to happen yesterday. It's next on Brock and Salk.
Seattle Sports, your home for Wyman and Bob. Weekdays 2 to 7.
The Sam Darnold contract details, it's essentially a one-year deal if they want to get out of this.
It looks like a good deal to me. I don't think there's anybody that could be sideways about this contract.
I think this is a great deal. I think John nailed it.
There is some question as to which Sam Darnold it is. There was those pesky 6 years where it wasn't good for Sam Darnold.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2. On March 28th.
A 19-year-old girl was kidnapped. I'm going to bring her home.
Jason Statham is a working man.
Where's the girl?
You a cop?
You wish I was a cop.
From the director of The Beekeeper.
This is human trafficking.
You do this, you better go full on.
Is that a grenade?
Yep.
You ain't a cop. You're a working man.
That's right. Time to get to work.
A working man. Rated R. Under 17. Not admitted without parent. Only in theaters March 28th.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Hundreds of vehicles on the ground, 8 dealerships, 14 brands, all in one location. Visit West Hills Autoplex. We have more brands in one location than anywhere else in Washington State, import or domestic, new or pre-owned. We make finding your perfect vehicle easy, and that means a remarkable car buying experience for you. Skip the hassle with West Hills' streamlined buying experience and feel confident buying from your neighborhood family-owned dealerships. West Hills Autoplex, Auto Center Way exit, Highway 3, Bremerton.
We've all been there, sleepless nights, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy knowing we're here for you. BayAlarm.com.
Stream every Seattle sports show with the Seattle Sports app. Brought to you by Fred Hutchinson Cancer Center Proton Therapy. Get new videos, podcasts, and articles on the Seahawks and Mariners from your favorite Seattle sports personalities daily.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, millions of men experience ED, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. At HIMSS, our own board-certified urologist, Dr. Peter Stahl, knows this better than anyone, and he knows that HIMSS can help.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, Senior Vice President of Men's Sexual Health at HIMSS. I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS.
Through HIMS.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs. Options at up to 95% less than the brand names when you get started at hims.com/joy. To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% less than brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
Heading outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nelly on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Meanwhile, at Xfinity.
So, influencer life going well?
Oh, yeah. I'm up to 32 followers.
Oh, that's something.
Yeah, posting my tap dancing videos is easier than ever because we engineered Xfinity Internet with 99.99% network reliability.
Plus, Xfinity Mobile with Wi-Fi Power Boost gives you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. But wait, tap dancing? You don't tap dance.
Hey, what I lack in skill, I make up with passion.
Do more of what you love and love how fast you do it with Xfinity Internet and mobile. And now through April 21st, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and one unlimited mobile line together for $25 a month for 1 year and save $1,000 in your first year over Verizon and AT&T. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rate supply. Savings compared to Verizon 5G Internet plus one unlimited welcome line and AT&T Internet 300 plus one unlimited starter SL line. Xfinity Internet required. Actual speeds vary. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
I've always said, the car sales in the 1980s and 1990s, earned the rep that we have today. The concerns that consumers have because of what has happened in our industry in the past, they're warranted. It's our job to show them that that's not how business is done anymore, right? It's very different business. It's much more transparent. There's much more information that's available to people. And we're much more customer focused than I think the car industry was, 20, 30 years ago. Yeah, I'm more focused on providing good customer service and relationships because I think if you take care of people, money will always come. So I think just the philosophy and the focus for us has changed, where I was constantly chasing a paycheck and now I'm just constantly trying to take care of customers and employees because I know if I do that, then my paycheck will take care of itself.
The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Well, with the obvious caveat that spring training stats are meaningless, it was nice to see Emerson Hancock pitching well again, as he's going to be needed in all likelihood to start the season. With George Kirby still hurt, the odds are he's going to make starts, of course, throughout the season, as you just hope that the team's pitching can stay healthy. He goes 4 strong innings. Allowed just a solo shot to Corey Seager. The Mariners beat the Rangers. Couple of home runs. Here was Jorge Polanco.
Now the 2-2. Polanco with a swing and a fly ball deep down the right field line, and we got ourselves a tie game. Goodbye, baseball. Into the back of the Rangers bullpen. Jorge Polanco with his second home run of the spring. We're tied at 1-1.
You want a second home run just for fun? Here was J.P. Crawford.
Right, here's the pitch. Swung on, belted deep to straightaway right field. Going back, Garcia looking up, and goodbye, baseball. J.P. Crawford with his second home run of the spring. It's now the Mariners 3 and the Rangers 1 for the Mariners' second home run on the day. Jorge Polanco parked one into the bullpen back in the first inning. 3-1 Mariners.
All right, there you go. You now have heard everything that really mattered in that game. You had 2 home runs. Mariners win 3-1 or 3-2 maybe. But yeah, that was it. Emerson Hancock, I think he's pitched pretty well this spring. It's nice to see, and that's something that I was hoping would occur, just to give him some confidence and also just to give the team some breathing room, knowing this can be really hard for those 5 guys to make as many starts as they did a year ago. I'll throw it out there. I don't think it's going to mean much, but another quiet inning for Drew Pomeranz as he's trying to battle back into the league after a few years off. I don't think he's on this opening day roster, but I hope he takes an assignment in Tacoma and pitches there for a little while, because I do think that he could be valuable at some point during the year. And he's one of those pro veteran dudes that everybody likes. He's been better than expected this spring. So if there's room to keep Drew Pomeranz around, I would be kind of into that.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
All right, here we go. NFL rule change proposals coming out yesterday. Yeah, I'm good with all three, but to various degrees. This one's fine. A rule change to eliminate, the rule to prohibit the tush push. That came from the Packers. They're the ones who are pushing the end of the tush push. I honestly don't really care that much one way or another. I do feel like you should be able to just stop it. But also, on the other hand, I understand that there is a bit of a danger. And you saw some of the injury risk with guys, sort of crashing into each other like that.
There's been no data that's come out and said that this play is dangerous from a health and safety standpoint. So why are we getting rid of it? Because most of the NFL can't stop it? Okay, go out, practice it, get better. Like, the play's open to everybody. If you can't stop it, why don't you implement it yourself?
I mean, I tend to agree with that, but I also don't care if they get rid of it. Like, I just don't think it's that big a deal one way or another. What I did think was awesome, and this comes from the Lions, a rule change that would eliminate an automatic first down as a penalty imposed for defensive holding and illegal contact. Yes, that. 100%. There's nothing that drives me crazier than 3rd and 18. You get some ticky-tack defensive holding penalty, and now it's a first down? Give them the 5 yards, and if the 5 yards results in a first down, great. I'm cool with that. But you can't sit here and give that, especially if the ball hasn't been thrown yet. It's bad enough when you get like a 45-yard pass interference penalty. That's annoying enough. But when you get the automatic first down on a ticky-tack, defensive holding or illegal contact, absolutely, that should not be a first down unless it results in a first down. I'm all in for that. 100% love it. Think it's a great idea. And then I really like what the Eagles suggested as well, which is essentially making the overtime rules in the regular season the same as they are in the postseason so that every team gets a shot. I thought that should be the case since forever and ever, so I hope they get that done. Other football news, Seahawks rework the contract for Shannon Drayer and save themselves some $9 million in cap space in the process.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
A couple really bad minutes for the Kraken yesterday, and it cost them the game. They let up 3 goals in the first 4.5 minutes of the game. Never really found the back of the net after that. They lose 4-0 in Minnesota. To be fair to the Kraken, because I know I've been pretty critical. To be fair, second game of a back-to-back on the road, 4th game in 6 days. And they've also been playing better hockey. This was just their second regulation loss in their last 7 games. So they've got points in 5 of their last 7. I think you got to give them a little bit of a break, especially because after that, I thought they played a whole lot better. But unfortunately, they're pretty much toast after that. UW women's basketball team will face Columbia this afternoon, 4 o'clock in Chapel Hill, North Carolina. The winner moves on to face the 6th seed, that is West Virginia, on Saturday in the first round. Whew, it's a lot, but that's everything you need to know. And, of course, we do that 1/4 every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. Let's see. Salk stats may be meaningless in terms of OPS, average, ERA, etc., but errors you can't hide, and if you have 3 hits total or striking out a ton, that can be very indicative of a slow start. Yeah, that's fair. They have made a lot of errors. I think the infield defense is going to be a bit of a challenge. Really, 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 really big challenge. Salk, you're looking good in the quarter zip today. Should the Mariners have a night early on where they blow up the Mitch Witch, just like they blew up Disco at Comiskey Park? I don't think you need to blow up the Mitch Witch. I think they just ended it. I'm going to keep saying it, and I know I heard that John Morosi mentioned it on Wyman and Bob yesterday. He's kind of on board with it. Just don't see how Mitch Haniger fits this roster. I mean, yeah, I don't see how Mitch Haniger fits this roster either. Been saying that for a month. I just don't see how it works to have him on this team. I don't think he's going to. I don't think he's going to be there.
How much money is tied up if they part ways?
I mean, it's a sunk cost.
Yeah.
I think it's $16 million, something like that. Wow. It's 14.5, 16, somewhere in that range, in the $15 million range. But, again, that was money you were sort of taking off the books from the Robbie Ray deal. So it was, again, it's a sunk cost. Would you rather have Mitch Haniger or would you rather have Rowdy Tellez?
Yeah.
I'd rather have Rowdy Tellez. So there you go. That seems like sort of the end of the conversation. It stinks, right? You hate to waste the money. And maybe there's a scenario where he starts the year on the IL, and then you can figure out if Tellez is anything. And if he's not, then you can bring Haniger back, and, no harm, no foul. But it's just really hard for me to see how he sticks on this roster this year. It just doesn't make a lot of sense. All right, coming up, let's talk some hockey. John Forslund is the best, truly the best, and maybe the single best part about the Kraken experience so far. He will join us, and we'll talk some hockey next on Brock and Salk.
Opening day is almost here, and we're sending one of you and a friend to experience it like never before.
Swing and a drive, deep to left field.
With front row access to all the opening day ceremonies, from player introductions to Ichiro's ceremonial first pitch, all from the field. To enter, just open the Seattle Sports app, then click on the Win tab. If you don't already have the app, simply text app to 866-979-3776, and we'll send you a link to download. Enter daily to increase your chances to win. This contest runs through Friday, March 21st.
Over the past decade, Washington state politicians have doubled state spending with no improvements to the issues we care about. Instead, we now have the third highest cost of living in the nation and a $12 billion deficit. It's time to tell legislators we need better results, not bigger taxes. Act now at affordablewashington.org. Paid for by people for an affordable Washington and Olympia, Washington. Top 5 donors are Washington Alliance for Competitive Economy, Microsoft, Madrona, T-Mobile, and Alaska Air.
The brackets are now open. Compete in the Seattle Sports Bracket Bucks presented by Muckleshoot Casino Resort. Head to seattlesports.com/win to pre-register. Receive your bracket and compete for your shot at great prizes. The grand prize winner from the 64-team bracket will win $1,000 in Visa gift cards. But if your bracket is busted in the first round, we have other ways for you to play too. Register and find complete rules at seattlesports.com/win.
Did you know colon cancer can be detected early or prevented through regular screening?
I have detected Around Earth is the greatest lie ever.
Okay, Roger. My uncle just passed away and I inherited his cockatoo, Roger. He was a member of the Flat Earth Society, so Roger picked up on some of his rhetoric. Anyway, screening, such as a colonoscopy.
Screen these! Screen these!
Roger that, Roger. Moving on. Colonoscopies can detect early-stage colon or rectal cancer or even polyps, which are abnormal growths that can turn into cancer over time.
I'm a Flat Earth walker.
Come on, Roger. What did I do to my uncle to deserve you? You don't get to choose what you inherit, just like colon cancer. Unlike Roger here, I believe in science. And science says that if colon cancer runs in your family, you're more likely to develop it yourself. Talk to your doctor about when you should start screening. Find out more at coloncancercoalition.org. A message from the Colon Cancer Coalition.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6759. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6759. That's 800-575-6759. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
March is here, and Toyota of Renton and Toyota of Kirkland have teamed up to take away your car buying madness. At Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, they have the widest selection of new and certified used inventory and the largest savings in the region. Now that's a slam dunk. The all-star staff at Toyota of Renton and Kirkland will assist you with a test drive, and you can score that car the very same day. Come see for yourself or visit online at toyotaofrenton.com or toyotaofkirkland.com.
O'Brien. The John Schneider Show.
Every Thursday until draft day on Wyman and Bob.
Listen live Thursdays at 4 p.m. or watch the interviews on the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
If you've been injured, you need a lawyer that is tough, confident, and battle-tested. I'm attorney Rob Iddens, proud Marine Corps veteran and owner of Warrior Injury Law, where we help all types of injury victims like Cynthia, who was T-boned by a truck.
The airbag shattered bones in my hand. I called Warrior Injury Law and was very happy with the outcome. Rob has integrity. He cares about people. He cares about his clients. I knew that I could trust Rob.
If you've been injured, call us at 253-WARRIOR for your free case review.
Eddie's!
At Shane Company, we know getting engaged is a big decision. But once you know, you know. That's the way our customers feel when they choose a Shane Company engagement ring. They walk into a warm welcome and walk out with their dream ring, knowing they got it right. For almost 100 years, we've been offering personalized shopping experiences. And we're in it way past the honeymoon, with a free lifetime warranty that includes the center stone, cleanings, repairs, and resizing for life. Shop with us at shaneco.com or at your neighborhood store. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
It's the World Fighting Championships at Emerald Queen Casino Event Center. Saturday night, May 10th. Experience the thrill of live MMA, boxing, Muay Thai, and kickboxing. Tickets at emeraldqueen.com. Don't miss this exciting mixed martial arts event. The World Fighting Championships, May 10th at Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest. 21 and older, need gambling help? Call 800-547-6133 or visit emeraldqueen.com.
No matter how old you get, you always remember that one great teacher. Hi, this is Rick Riz, inviting you to join WSECU in celebrating Teacher of the Week. Great teachers inspire. Nominate a teacher you feel has changed a life in our community. This year, we're going to honor 24 great teachers with grants of $500, courtesy of WSECU, the credit union for Washington. Teachers are the real MVPs. Nominate an exceptional teacher now at mynorthwest.com/teacher.
Brock and Salk's Rewind is presented by Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton.
Been listening to this song a lot recently as my daughter is singing it for her rock band. So a lot of Toto in my life as of late. It's Brock and Salk. Seattle Sports, 710 seattlesports.com. Rough loss for the Kraken last night. But as I said, fourth game in 6 days. They've been playing a little bit better hockey recently. So we will excuse maybe a very slow start to the game. John Forslund was not on the call, which was disappointing for us, but maybe he liked the break. He's kind enough to join us now. Good morning, John. How are you?
Hi, Mike. How are you? Thanks for having me.
Always a pleasure. Love having you on the show, and as I've said many times, love watching and listening to your broadcasts. As you've watched this team over the course of the year, it does look like they've maybe played a little bit better hockey since sending some people out at the deadline. I know it's sort of supposed to go the other way as they let go some pretty good players. What have you made of what you've seen in the last couple of weeks since the trades?
Well, I think any team, leading up to the trading deadline goes through this emotional roller coaster where prior to the trading deadline, there's a lot of angst and concern and wonderment about where people are going to end up and teammates and maybe yourself. So the teams that are as far off the line as the Kraken have been for most of the season, it's kind of a purgatory type of situation before the deadline. Deadline comes, goes. The realization that it's over with sets in. Players move on. You say good luck, goodbye, and you realize, this is what we're left with here. Let's go. And then you get into a different type of environment where the players, I think, feel emotionally released and they can play hard, and especially at home, which I hope continues because the fans deserve it. But it is silly season. It is a situation where game to game, you're going to get a different circumstance. And the last two games are a perfect example. You've got a Chicago team that's, rebuilding their franchise that's really, caught in a mess right now. They're coming off an 0-3-1 road trip. They're coming home. Maybe they'll play better. And certainly it looked that way at the outset, and then it just evaporated on them. And that game was kind of a freelance style game, to be fair. And then last night, yeah, sure, the schedule is going to be what it is. You mentioned it, and that's a fair point. But the schedule is condensed across the National Hockey League because of the Four Nations tournament. So these 4 and 6 segments have been there all season. That game last night, to me, was embarrassing for the Kraken. I don't understand, their start. I don't understand when you're trying to gain some traction, you're trying to get to the way Dan Bilesma wants them to play, on the attack, moving the puck quickly up the ice, being a force in the offensive zone. What happens next? Well, to me, it's the same situation that's plagued the team all season. It's in the defensive zone. It's sorting out through the middle of the ice on the way back defensively. These are the things they haven't been able to fix for whatever reason. I don't really know what the reasons are, but I do know that it needs to be addressed, and they need to be better because they were a better defensive team the first 3 seasons than they've been this year.
I wonder, first of all of that makes sense. And Rick Bowness and Darren Pang really kind of said almost all of that as well. I mean, not the same words, but the same sentiment after the first period. I mean, they were all over the inconsistency of play. And I guess that's maybe the thing that's been most surprising, especially now that Eberle's been back. I could kind of, again, maybe I was making excuses of like, all right, the captain's out. I really have a lot of respect for Jordan Eberle, the way he plays the game. Maybe that's been affecting them. But yeah, why so much inconsistency for this team?
Well, I think you and I might have had a conversation, with Brock during training camp. And if not, I've said this elsewhere, but I'm pretty sure that we talked about this. Dan came in to address some situations that need to be fixed. Number one, the Kraken couldn't score in year 3. Okay, they came off the second year where everybody had career seasons and we lived a storybook, and that was all well and good. But in the third year, they couldn't score. And but they still were 9 or 10 defensively ranking wise all season. Still played that suffocating team game as a 5-man unit. Still suppressed a ton of shots and relied upon goaltending that was okay, sometimes good, sometimes not. In this season, they make the coaching change. You get to Dan, and Dan wants to bring more of an exciting style to open up the floodgates a little bit offensively. And the one thing I was concerned about, and I said this, was if you're going to, the old philosophy of robbing Peter to pay Paul. If you're going to do that, if you're going to stretch out the ice and go north, as he likes to say, that's all well and good. And they are a force, and they did score a few more goals this year than in the past. And you could make an argument they're more fun to watch. I would say that, too, as an observer. So that's in the ozone. But when you start, as I said, sorting out through the neutral zone, which is very important in hockey, as you know, and then when they get to the defensive zone, the one word that keeps getting kicked around all season is connected. Is the group connected? And they're not, in my opinion. They're not connected defensively in front of the goalies. So what you have, again, is, a Joey Decord stepping up and having a real solid season to continue to, this journey of becoming a real good starting goaltender at the NHL level. He's still, charting his course that way. Grubauer going through his struggles. And now you have a team that gives up a lot of chances. They give up a lot of chances off the rush. They seem to be caught on one side of the ice a lot. They seem to we saw it last night. They vacate the slot. They give away these what they call today high danger chances. We used to just call them great scoring chances, but now they're high danger chances, right? So we have a word for this, which is good. But I mean, it's evident. To me, moving forward, that's what they have to work on. I hope they can utilize the rest of the season to tighten up that area of the game. I see it as a primary focus next season, whatever group they come back with. So, this is, to me, that's how you win. Like you have to be sound defensively and work out. I'm not sure it goes the other way around. I understand the reasoning. I understand the philosophy and how you want to get to that point. But again, I think it's hurt them defensively.
So how much of that is internal philosophy and how much of it is some of the, strengths and skills of some of the players on the team? I mean, I look at, Shane Wright, obviously at this stage of his career, more of an offensive player. I look at Riker Evans, more of an offensive player. And as you watch games, both of them seem to often have little defensive lapses that lead to some of those high danger chances you were talking about. Is that a personnel issue, a philosophy issue, or some combination of both?
I keep trying to think that, this has been an issue that they've been trying to work together on as a group all season. I keep trying to tell myself that the style that they play is something that they're still getting used to. I find it hard to believe. I'm trying to convince myself of that because, here we are in the middle of March.
Right.
Let me just say this about, offensive players, defensive players, and all this. And you know this as a hockey fan over the years. Steve Yzerman. Okay, I'm just going to pick out one player. Steve Yzerman became a Hall of Fame great player because Scotty Bowman back in the day finally got to him and convinced him, you're going to have to curtail some of your cookies and become better defensively and give up some points. Instead of 120 points, let's settle for 90, okay? And become a better player this way, more of a two-way guy, and we'll win. And that's hockey. That's the way hockey is. You have to start in the defensive zone first, in my opinion, not as an ex-player or coach or anything like that, but just somebody that's observed the game for a long time and talked to a number of people, coaches and players and everything else, and this is what I've learned. That's where the genesis of an offensive game comes from. It comes from your defensive zone. So I hope that, again, this is something new to the team. They've been working hard to try and play the way that Dan wants them. I can't get to whether it's the style that Dan's trying to employ or the players failing to adapt to it. Only they can answer that. Mm-hmm. I do know that maybe, as we get through this season and get into the next wave of this, they'll be more used to it and maybe it looks better. There are times that it looks unbelievably good. There are times they're moving that puck up the ice. It's 2 quick passes. They've stretched out the opponent. They're storming the other end. They're getting chances. They're scoring goals, and that's good. But then again, there's always those defensive zone moments that I see as the majority of play this season. That's an eyesore.
Do they have? I guess this is sort of a similar question, but I'll phrase it in maybe a different way. If you're going to play that, offensive north-south style, can you do it without great goal scorers? And I mean elite goal scorers. If I'm just kind of listening to you and thinking through this as we're talking, and you're saying, look, in some ways, almost anyone can play defense because it's an effort thing, right? I mean, that's right. It's all about effort, but not everybody has the skills to put the puck in the net once they get into open ice in the offensive zone. Do they have the personnel to even be able to play a high-flying style?
No, and you know what? They're going to have to address it finally, right? They're going to have to get, and they being management, they're going to have to get to the end of this season and have 2 things pretty much where they need to be. They need to know, in my opinion, what they have in Matty Beniers. I'm just going down the middle because, center is vitally important. They need to know what they have in Matty Beniers and by and large what they have going in Shane Wright, okay? Because those 2 players moving forward, 5 years, 10 years, God willing, they're both healthy. When you get a 2nd overall pick and a 4th overall pick in the draft, they have to be great players or close. Yep. And in Wright's case, and maybe Berkeley Catton, last year's 1st-round pick will be that offensive guy, but he's coming in at 19 next fall. That's unfair. But maybe he's going to be the prolific scorer, and Wright would be the 2. And as we've talked in Matty's rookie season, there's nothing wrong with the Matty Beniers as a solid 2-way guy, poor man's Bergeron type player. Okay, there's nothing wrong with that. He is a solid National Hockey League player. I just don't know if it's going to be a ton of points. But in order to play, to your previous point, in order to play in any way in this league and be a great team, you have to have game-breaking ability. You have to be able to get into a 2-2 game and have the guy or a couple of guys that are going to break it open, especially if you get on the power play. And we haven't even talked about their special teams, which have gone south too this year. So, I mean, yes, they have to look at that. And then when they look at those 2 players, because Stevenson, you're married to, and you can win with Chandler moving forward again years down the road if he's your 3 center. If he's your 3 center, you're going to win, okay? If he's a 2, you got maybe a chance that he's not a 1, okay? And he's been a great addition, even though a lot of people are wondering because a lot of his game is quiet and you don't notice it. But he's made his contribution. He's put some points on the board. He's played in every facet of the game and taken the majority of all the face-offs and killed penalties and so on. And Montour obviously has been a great addition. So they do need to look at a way to get a better or two scoring players to complement the roster moving forward. It got to happen through a trade likely, but that's another conversation.
Well, I could talk through this forever, but let's focus on the two guys you mentioned, Beniers and Wright, the two top 5 picks. And I'll ask you a little bit about each of them. Let's start with Matty Beniers. Is he big enough to do this, to really be, if we're going to say he's, in a perfect world, he's a number 2 center, the poor man's Bergeron, all that. Is he big enough to do that?
He's got to continue to improve his strengths. It's a fair point. He made some strides this year. I think he needs to continue to work on that, to work on his summers and continue to build the leg drive and the strengths, because that's going to help him in the face-off circle. It's going to help him in a variety of different ways. He still has a powerful stride. He still gets around the ice. He's still quick. But again, I think they're working on him in areas that we've seen lately. We've seen him, get to the slot more, which is good. Get to the slot and the area in front of the net and stop and stay there. That's going to take a physical toll, and I think he's learning that on the fly. I think he's learning, at the NHL that, how does he adapt his skill set into what really translates into success, and that would be it. So, yeah, I agree with you. I think he would have to continue to work on that. I don't think he is 100% there yet, but I can see that happening.
Brock's going to be here in about 15 minutes, and when he knows I'm talking to you, I know he will want me to ask specifically about Shane Wright, because Brock just keeps looking at it and going, all right, this is the guy in what is really his first full season. Is he turning himself into the player that they hoped he could be? The 17 goals or somewhere around there is certainly a step in the right direction. What have you seen from the complete game of Shane Wright?
This has been the biggest story of the season for me. And this has been a great look at what could be and what should be. I just like how they've handled him. I think, there's a lot of psychology in play here. There's been a lot of mental anguish with this player, on the way up until he got to this season. You can see now how, spending an entire year in the minor leagues has really helped him. And I think what they've done is allow him to flourish and still protect him. I think that's why, even though some of the fans would like to see him move off the fourth line right now, they're probably wondering why. I think it's so that he gets good matchups, so that he can stay confident, that he's playing against third and fourth lines from the other side at 5-on-5, and he's not having to play against the first and second line and then getting overmanaged and then losing his confidence. Center ice in the NHL, that position is really tough. And there's a lot of things that come into play before you even get to your point production. So in order to get to your point production, most of these players have to be comfortable in matchups. They have to know that they're going eye to eye with Nathan MacKinnon, and how's this going to go tonight? That's what Matty's handling. He's handling that and continuing to fit in well with Jaden Schwartz and Capo Caco, right? That's been a good line. But Matty's staring down top-end guys every night, whereas that Shane doesn't have to. And that's okay for Shane right now, but that'll be the leap he will make next year. And I like what I see. I really like the player. I think he's confident. I think he's creative. He's got a great release with his shot. He has 7 goals in the power play. I mean, there's a lot here, So, there's so much potential that is evolving here. And now we're getting to the point in the franchise where they do have to make a bold move, in my opinion, in the offseason. That would be nice if they can get to that. But it's also time to turn the page. It's also time to see these prospects flourish at the NHL level. And, we're seeing a little bit of Yanni Newman right now. That's good. And there's more, and everybody's excited about the junior. And I'm guarded with it. A junior season this Berkeley Catton has had. Let him come to camp and let's see what it is, because last year's camp, or this season's training camp, was good for him. I mean, he earned a preseason game. He didn't look out of place. He's only 18 years old. So there's some good things coming down the pike here. It's just a matter of timing. And in Wright's case, the timing had to be right, because you could lose the player very easily based on the expectation, the first overall thing, the looking out of place, not finding him an area where he could play until last season because of the rules. And now he's finally got his feet on the ground. He knows he belongs in the NHL, and this is the first time I believe that's happened to him.
Well, I'll tell you, I've felt for a long time like these guys are incredible athletes, incredibly skilled, all of it. But in the last few months, I have taken on, for the first time in my life, John, trying to learn how to play this game. It's very hard to do in your mid-40s, as it turns out. But my 10-year-old daughter, my 10-year-old's good. She's been playing, and she's gotten a lot better this year. And so, I knew how to skate a little bit, but I'm like, all right, I'm going to figure this out. So I got the equipment, and I've been going out there. The amount of things they have to be good at, from forwards crossovers, backwards crossover. And I know that this is all like nothing to them. It's like walking. They don't even think about it. And then you add in the stick work, and then you add in the pucks flying around 100 miles an hour, that these guys don't wear masks, full masks on their face. I'm realizing, I always thought it was crazy. Now I'm realizing it's the most crazy thing in all of sports. They're insane.
They are, but in a great way. They're amazing athletes, and we're getting to the best time of the year, right? Unfortunately, our team's not going to be involved in it, but we are getting to the best playoffs, in my opinion, in all of sports. And, 2 months of what you're talking about at the highest level, the highest rate of speed, and the most demanding physically when you take into account the pain that these guys play through. It's just bred into them at a young age in terms of the culture. My boy played a lot of hockey. He's 27 now. We played all AAA and junior hockey and so on in college, and he went through it. And I just was a fan of what he was doing and his journey and all the work that they put in. And he never ascended to the highest level. The players that ascend to the highest level are truly special. You cannot be a hockey player and just roll out your talent every day and get by on it. It just doesn't work. You have to continue to work at it, and then the game will humble you, and you have to integrate to a team. That's why it's a tremendous sport. It's been my vocation throughout my broadcasting career, but I truly believe in it.
Well, I'm right there with you, and I'll just remind people again, the Kraken, if you got a kid 9 or under 10, the Kraken will buy your first set of gear, like everything, ship to stern, every single thing, skate, stick, helmet, pads, all of it, once you enroll in a Learn to Skate for your kid. So that was awesome for my kid, and, the girls' side of it has been incredible. They have tons of girls teams, boys teams. Really has been the amount that the families have been welcoming and warm, and the kids have been welcoming. It really has been an incredible experience for our families. So.
Well, when you get a chance, as you do, to get over to Kraken Community Iceplex, the community part of that, the title is the operative word, right? And you just see it, and there is a parental connection, with the sport, all the way up at all levels.
Yep.
At the novice level up to the elite level of amateur hockey, that's what you're going to see. So yeah, it's great, and I encourage you to keep working at your game.
I'm working at it.
It's never too late, Michael.
Well,
yeah,
it might be too late. It
Yeah.
might be too late, but I'm working I was the worst player on a novice drop-in game that included a 70-year-old woman. So don't worry about it. I'm getting better. I learned how to stop last weekend, so we'll see where this goes. John, I could sit here and talk hockey with you all day. We got to run. Thank you. We really appreciate it. Don't be a stranger. We'll talk again soon.
Anytime, Mike. Thanks for having me.
All right, there you go. There is the great John Forslund. And I'm serious. There have been some ups and downs with this Kraken franchise. I'm not just saying this because he was just on the show. John is as good a play-by-play person as I've ever heard. He is phenomenal, and we are incredibly lucky to have him. And, for those who, the game's not on Root anymore. The games are now on their Kraken Hockey Network. I watch every game on Amazon Prime. It couldn't be easier. It's just simple. And John is, he's an ace, man. He is an ace at what he does. Really, really great. And if you have any interest in getting your kids into the sport, I really recommend it. It is, it's awesome for kids, and the earlier you get into it, the easier it is for them to really transition and figure it out and all of that. So anyway, there's some hockey talk today. I thought John was pretty forceful, pretty pointed in his comments about the system this year, about the coaching this year, and about what this team needs to do to get better. So think about a lot of that, and I'm sure we'll end up talking more as we go. All right, Brock's in a moment. Maura sent us something yesterday. Maura, you sent us something yesterday, and it's been kind of nagging at the back of my mind. Not like right in the front, but it's been like right in the back, and it's been kind of churning and turning and twisting and all of it. And I think we're going to have to chat about it next. It's Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com.
Fourth down territory. Going inside the game with former Cougs and Seahawks wide receiver Michael Bumpus.
What's the film study shown you on Marquez Valdez-Scantling?
I like it. He's a player that runs his routes with effort. There are some guys who just look really smooth when they do their thing. He's an effort type of guy. I think he understands how to attack leverage. He's a willing blocker, and that's something you have to do in this Kubiak offense. And even in that Kubiak offense, the effort is always there.
Fourth down territory. Every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bump and Stacy.
Hi, Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. With thousands of full replacements with expert craftsmanship and unbeatable warranties, we've been building roofs you can trust for over 5 decades. It's more than just a job, it's our promise to you. Protect your investment with a free Golden Pledge warranty on all GAF roof replacements over $15,000. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today to schedule a free estimate. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home and make price-boosting upgrades with no cost until close. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Eric Johnson here. I covered a lot of accidents over the past 30 years or so, but I never got to say much about what to do after a crash. Be honest, do you know what evidence to collect, what pictures to take, what documents to request, or what you shouldn't say to your insurance company? The Washington Accident Book Series is a must-have for drivers who want to be prepared for whatever the roads throw at them. Know your rights and how to avoid common mistakes after an accident by getting your free copy at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Listen up, fellow Gen Xers. Elizabeth Banks here. The recommended age for pneumococcal pneumonia vaccination has been lowered to 50 and older, even if you're healthy. It's up to us to lead the way. We've done this before. Music videos, fanny packs, even the World Wide Web. Let's do it again and get vaccinated, because we're at over 6 times greater risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Gen X, this is our shot. Visit VaxAssist.com and schedule a vaccine today. Sponsored by Pfizer.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your team and focus on your future. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
It's Power Torque Tools DIY days at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Lifetime guaranteed Power Torque professional hand tools only at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
For a limited time at Verizon, you can get our best price ever. That's 4 lines on unlimited welcome for just $25 a line per month with autopay plus taxes and fees. You'll also get the new iPhone 16 Pro, 4 of them for the entire family when you trade in up to 4 phones from our top brands. That's a new phone for everyone, only on the network you can count on. Verizon. Visit a store today. 20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Additional terms apply for phone offer. See Verizon.com for details.
Evan Cohen here. Picking a place to build a life is a lot like selecting a draft pick. Make a decision that will set you up for long-term success. Pick Wisconsin. In Wisconsin, you'll find dynamic career opportunities, beautiful seasons, affordable living, and legendary weekends. From its high quality of life and great schools to its fine arts, culinary, and pro sports scenes, Wisconsin gives you so much to look forward to. That's why you should pick Wisconsin. Learn more about making Wisconsin your home. Visit pickwisconsin.com.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Get in the freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Heward is my hero.
Jim Heward just punched me in the kidney.
We're going to see you on the interview.
Don't really work that way, Sherm. This is a show that has my name on it.
It's kind of sad, though.
Now, here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
Hello!
Good morning, Brock. We just had a great chat with John Forslund. Some really nice texts coming in. Great interview. John is awesome. Big part of my growing love for hockey and the Kraken in general. A lot of people appreciate his honesty. He really was very pointed and honest.
Is that also a part of hockey, by the way?
Honesty?
I found when I went, and I've told this story a couple different times, but when I went to work for the NFL, I kind of learned pretty quickly, like, No, we cast the widest net. We talk if there's a positive or a negative, we constantly talk about the positive of that. And yeah, there's very much that vibe in the NFL. College football, I got a little more freedom, right? A little bit more freedom of expression, freedom of opinion. But, you look at, baseball teams and basketball teams and NFL teams, like it's hard to be that blunt.
Yeah, no, they're pretty blunt in hockey, I would say. I mean, and John was very blunt in talking about their system this year and talking about, where Matty Beniers is at. I mean, his biggest positive of anything was Shane Wright, which I know would make you happy. So anyway, it was really good. If you missed it, you get a chance to go back. I would recommend it. Go to the app, Seattle Sports app, or wherever you get your podcast, and go listen to John Forslund. He was awesome this morning. Maura sent us yesterday, Brock, this little story from Boston and Ben Volen of the Boston Globe about Joe Milton.
Look at your voice. You just can't even help yourself.
I'm a little intrigued by Joe.
More Chris sitting in a tree.
I don't know whether I'm saying that. I'm not talking about that.
His instant judgment works both ways. He watches Bo Nix play one game and thinks he's horrible. He watches Joe Milton play one game and he thinks he's the best.
I'm not saying he's the best. That's not it.
I like this Maura, by the way.
I don't care for it at all.
This is a little saucier.
Quite frankly, cruel and unusual. Yeah,
I kind of like it.
I'm not all the way there on Joe Milton. That would be an exaggeration.
So if you want to crown him. Okay.
I'm not crowning Joe Milton, but he was intriguing in the one game he's played in the NFL. Per sources, this is from Ben Volen, there is growing sentiment that the Patriots are entertaining trade offers for Milton. They're intriguing, just the word I used, they're intriguing backup quarterback. In an offseason light on free agent quarterbacks and top draft prospects, Milton, the Patriots' 6th-round pick last year, is basically a lottery ticket.
Mm-hmm. If only his name was Sam. Gosh, he could have fit so well here.
Be perfect there.
Sam Darnold, Sam Howell, Sam Milton.
It sounds like a 3rd-round pick is what it would take to get Joe Milton. Would you deal one of your 2 3rd-round picks to get Joe Milton?
I mean, it would be very dependent on what my other first 4 picks are and what I'm able to do and what I'm able to get. He's just he is an erratic guy in the most positive of ways. the arm, Salk. They were showing some highlights of Jalen Milroe. And Jalen Milroe, not surprisingly, ran like 4.38.
Yeah.
Jalen Milroe down in Alabama, unbelievable athlete. Jalen Milroe might be this year's Joe Milton, quite honestly. He can throw a ball like 90 yards. Don't really always know where it's going. I guess he hit the ceiling yesterday at Alabama's Pro Day. And that's why Joe Milton was up and going in the social realms too. Like, wow, should have done it outside like Joe Milton did last year when he threw the ball. Same thing, like 90 yards. Like, there's not many humans that can do that, honestly. You know, you think of your great right fielders, Raul Mondesi and Bo Jackson throwing a ball 350 feet in the air. You know, like he's very, very rare in that way. But there was a reason he was, last year? 6th round? Late 6th round pick to New England? Because the play and the accuracy is just so unrefined.
Totally understand, except
third round pick, the Seahawks needs. I think you've got Sam. If you want to do that, I think Jalen Milroe will be there in the 4th or 5th round. If you want to take a flyer on somebody with a very similar skill set of, and now Joe doesn't run like Jalen. He didn't even run that well and didn't run like Jalen did in college. So Milroe, to me, if you're just asking me point blank this morning, would I rather have Jalen Milroe in the 4th or 5th round or trade a 3rd round pick for this guy? I think I would take Jalen Milroe.
Okay, well then that's good. That makes sense to me. I think that makes sense.
And also, if you didn't trade for Sam Howell last year, because actually Sam Howell's skill set fits this system a lot better than it did last year's system. Because getting out on nakeds and boots and waggles and sprint outs and moving the pocket and play action.
For whatever it's worth, here is Brian Hoyer, former quarterback, on 92.3 The Fan in Cleveland, talking about how much he actually likes Joe Milton. Different side to this story.
Knowing what you know now about Joe Milton after a year in the NFL, a preseason that opened a lot of eyes, the talent, the size, the athletic ability, and what he did in the last game. And a lot of people are going to say, oh, it was a throwaway game. He was playing against NFL roster. This was 53-man roster. This wasn't a training camp where a lot of those guys were going to be on the street. Because to me, when I watched the film, I would take Joe Milton over any of the quarterbacks in the draft this year.
Any of them.
Wow.
I mean, so he's including Cam Ward, Shador, Jackson Dart, any of them. I don't know what kind of an analyst Brian Hoyer is, but, you know. He's
played in the league.
He's a backup quarterback forever. Sure. I mean, aren't those all good analysts? Isn't that all you have to do to be an analyst in the NFL? Just be a backup quarterback for a while in the NFL.
Watch your mouth, okay? if you want me on Maura's side, and
I'm
you
just
want all
saying,
that, I'll
what
bring
backup
that heat.
quarterback isn't good at that? Like that's like one of the that's what you do after being
Jim
a backup
Drunkenmiller. Okay, he couldn't do it. All right, I don't see him on the air anywhere.
Oh, maybe he doesn't want to be.
Doing television.
Doesn't mean he can't. It just means he doesn't want to.
Yes. Yeah, that feels like we're bypassing a lot of information through all of college. A lot of games at both Michigan and Tennessee, surrounded by a lot of talent in those places where it just didn't work. Now, maybe he would say the NFL game is better suited for him.
Late bloomer?
And I would say the NFL game just requires more precision and timing and accuracy. Now again, he's got an absolute just cannon.
Yeah,
I mean, a unique arm, and maybe somebody will. And if I was if I was the Pittsburgh Steelers
or the Giants,
I would absolutely. Where I don't have anybody in my quarterback room at all. Here you've got Sam Darnold. Here you've got Sam Howell. Here again, I think you've got those picks, those first 5 and the first 92. You say, just trade a third. Well, that could be a starting D tackle. There's 25 of them in this draft, according to DJ. Like, no, I'd rather have that than take a flyer in this situation.
On the other side of that coin are folks.
But if you want to go for it, if you feel strongly,
if John feels strongly, I think he should. I mean, we've said that for a while. But I mean, this is a guy that a year ago John didn't think was worth picking anywhere in the top 6 rounds.
And that's why they traded for Sam Howell,
right?
And made that move because the bottom tier guys
they weren't interested in,
not Spencer or him.
Unfortunately, what we've seen from Sam Howell hasn't exactly made anybody think that he's likely to take over that job one day. The other side of this year's crop, here's Mel Kiper talking through Jackson Dart.
I don't see why people would think 9 is too high. Now you say, could he go higher? I don't scoff at anything in the draft. I used to say, you're crazy. Guess what? When you say that, you usually are crazy because it happens, and you're doubting something. Anything can happen in the draft. You never say, unless it's ridiculous nonsense. But this is a quarterback that has the ability to be the 9th pick in the draft. And if you say higher, I'm not going to argue with it.
Good job. Every day. until at the end of April, we're going to find a Jackson Dart comment of some sort. I'm gonna bring somebody in. I'm gonna text somebody. We're gonna have some Jackson Dart little dart every single day leading up to the draft. At this time last year, Salk, I was listening to Sean Payton at the Combine. Actually, at the Combine, Sean Payton said, based on the college film and just kind of their initial reviews, they would have never drafted Bo Nix number 12. Or I think that's where he ended up taking, number 12. Like at that point in the process, they liked him, kind of second-round guy, but they would not have taken him number 12 after the Combine, where his arm compared to the peers last year and Penix and guys was just not, it just wasn't overwhelming. And then all of a sudden they do a little bit more studying, and all of a sudden they go out to Oregon, and all of a sudden they go to dinner, and all of a sudden they have a private workout, and all of a sudden they dig a little bit more, and they're like, wow, this guy has tremendous athleticism. This guy is a grown man. This guy is actually very, very accurate and is going to fit so much of what I wanted to do. And from that day after the Combine forward, he elevated from the second round to the 12th pick in the draft and had a pretty darn good rookie year.
All right.
Can that happen for Jackson Dart? Absolutely.
Yeah.
With the teams in need still that don't even have a quarterback on their roster, absolutely, that could happen over the next 20-something days.
All right, a couple of things. We're going to talk to Shannon Drayer in 20 minutes. We were scheduled to talk to Matt Miller at 8:30, and I just got a note from Matt.
What?
He's got whatever that stomach thing is that ruined Julio and a few other people. So we're going to let Matt off the hook. We've had all kinds of trouble filling up some of these guest spots throughout this week. So we'll see if we can scramble and find somebody else for 8:30. Otherwise, we got plenty of other stuff to chat about. But that had been part of the plan for today. We're going to give you guys everything you need to know next, and it's going to include gigantic breaking news in the sports world that should eventually affect all of us here in Seattle. That's next on Brock and Salk.
We are the home of the Mariners.
Big news, by God. We're excited to announce a multi-year partnership extension between the Seattle Mariners and Seattle Sports / Bonneville Seattle. So all Mariner games will continue to be heard on our platforms, including 7:10 a.m. The legend that is Rick Riz.
We couldn't be happier on behalf of the Seattle Mariners. We love the fact that we're going to be back on 710 Seattle Sports. Thank you so much. We're thrilled.
On Seattle Sports
and the Seattle Sports app.
This might be the most surprising statistic I've shared in decades of doing local news. More than 75% of commuters will be involved in a car accident at some point. JP Pendergast of Pendergast Law with more.
What makes it more surprising? The average person will be involved in 3 to 4 collisions in their lifetime.
With accidents unbelievably prevalent, what are some safety tips if it happens to you?
Safety first. Secondary collisions are not uncommon while awaiting help. Turn on those hazards and remain in a safe place. If a bystander witnessed the accident, capture their information and encourage them to remain at the scene. Seek medical attention immediately if needed, as delaying can be a costly mistake. Lastly, remember that statements made to police and insurance adjusters can affect your case.
Collisions are more common than we'd like to think. If you find yourself in one, follow these helpful tips and then call my friends at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one's injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
PendergastLaw.com.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it.
Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/choice55 to learn more. With AutoPay plus taxes and fees, plus $5 per line without AutoPay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. Motorola Edge on us with 24 monthly bill credits and new line for well-qualified customers, plus tax and $35 per line connection charge. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
Protein, protein, protein. Everyone is trying to get protein in their diet. But we need fats too. Healthy fat, that is. Like the rich, natural peanut and almond butters found at G2G protein bars. Most bars don't have it because, well, most bars aren't real food or refrigerated. Fortunately for you, we aren't most bars. At G2G, you'll find a balanced helping of protein and healthy fat. The fact that they're delicious is just the bonus. They're fast, easy, and perfect for on-the-go families. G2G protein bars. Find them in the refrigerated section at Costco.
What's up, everyone? It's me, the Mariners Gatorade Cooler, and I wouldn't trade my view from the dugout for anything. Watching Logan Gilbert mid-shutout, taking a breather right beside me, he is calm, collected, and fully locked in. Keep it coming, Walter.
Swing and a miss. Logan Gilbert, 6 straight strikeouts.
And Victor Robles running by me with the trident in hand. I'm getting chills just thinking about it. And that's not just because I'm filled with ice.
How about Victor Robles? It landed all the way to the second deck.
And when Cal walks it off, oh, you know what time it is.
A walk-off grand slam for Cal Raleigh.
It's celebration time, and they never see me coming. Mariners baseball, Trident's up.
Don't miss Mariners opening day next week. Lock in your seats for Thursday, March 27th, and check out all the festivities on the first homestand, including Randy Arozarena Cross-Armed Hoodie Night, Friday, March 28th, and Julio Bat Flip Bobble Giveaway, Monday, March 31st to Wednesday, April 2nd. Get your tickets at mariners.com.
Subscribe to the Seattle Sports YouTube page to find new and exclusive content from your favorite shows and personalities daily. Just head to YouTube, search Seattle Sports, and click subscribe.
Meanwhile, at Xfinity. So, influencer life going well?
Oh, yeah. I'm up to 32 followers.
Oh, that's something.
Yeah, posting my tap dancing videos is easier than ever because we engineered Xfinity Internet with 99.99% network reliability.
Plus, Xfinity Mobile with Wi-Fi Power Boost gives you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. But wait, tap dancing? You don't tap dance.
Hey, what I lack in skill, I make up with passion.
Do more of what you love and love how fast you do it with Xfinity Internet and mobile. And now through April 21st, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and 1 unlimited mobile line together for $25 a month for 1 year and save $1,000 in your first year over Verizon and AT&T. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Savings compared to Verizon 5G Internet plus 1 unlimited welcome line and AT&T Internet 300 plus 1 unlimited starter SL line. Xfinity Internet required. Actual speeds vary. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
Making fresh produce and food affordable and accessible to all is a mission Safeway is deeply committed to. G. Scott here. Your local Safeway has all the great benefits that SNAP-eligible families love, plus exclusive savings. Right now, save 50% on Fresh Pass memberships, plus get a monthly $5 credit, free unlimited delivery, $10 of free produce, and double rewards. Check out your Safeway For You app for all details and savings, or visit Safeway.com/SNAP for details.
March is here, and Toyota of Renton and Toyota of Kirkland have teamed up to take away your car buying madness. At Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, they have the widest selection of new and certified used inventory and the largest savings in the region. Now that's a slam dunk. The all-star staff at Toyota of Renton and Kirkland will assist you with a test drive, and you can score that car the very same day. Come see for yourself or visit online at toyotaofrenton.com or toyotaofkirkland.com.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Another nice win for the Mariners yesterday. Maybe the best part, Emerson Hancock pitched pretty well. 4 innings, allowed just a solo home run in the first to Corey Seager, and they're going to need him, right? George Kirby obviously hurt to start the year. Going to be really hard to imagine that the 5 guys are able to start as many games total as they did last year. So Emerson Hancock pitching well is definitely a good thing. They did get some offense as well. Jorge Polanco went yards. So did J.P. Crawford.
Here's the pitch. Swung on, belted deep to straightaway right field. Going back, Garcia looking up, and goodbye baseball. J.P. Crawford with his second home run of the spring. It's now the Mariners 3 and the Rangers 1 for the Mariners' second home run on the day. Jorge Polanco parked one into the bullpen back in the first inning. 3-1 Mariners.
Yeah, it was nice to see.
And the defense pretty solid too, right?
I didn't see any major mistakes yesterday, which was good. Mariners also announcing this morning that for the first time they will have a patch on their jerseys for the Nintendo Corporation.
I saw that. And most importantly, what everybody actually needs to know, Salk, was how was the food?
Oh, man, we spent the entire 6 o'clock segment on it. It was unbelievable. It was amazing. The sumo dog, I think, was the best thing. I did try the weird blue corn dog deal that has blue Takis on it, blue Taki flavor and cheese. It was better than expected.
Really?
Yeah, it was actually pretty good.
And the Ichi wings?
Ichi wings were good. Very good.
Okay.
Ichi roll was good. Everything was good, honestly.
Yeah.
Everything was good.
You ate a little bit?
It was nice. It was nice to be able, it was me and Maura and the influencers.
Nice.
And so we just kind of walked around and we influenced people. But I would say the sumo dogs. Sort of basically
Number one?
Yeah. It basically,
and what was that one?
It's a hot dog with Japanese toppings.
Okay.
Phenomenal.
Oh, good.
Really, really good.
Good
Like,
to know.
loved it. Thought that was probably the most surprising, exciting difference in the food selections for this year.
Here's the second thing you need to
All right,
know.
so we got NFL rule change proposals yesterday, Brock. The first one I really love. That would eliminate this from the Lions, a rule to eliminate an automatic first down as a penalty for defensive holding or illegal
we're going to talk
contact.
about this one in more depth in Blue 88.
I like that.
That's very smart.
Yeah,
Like
it's really
SMRT.
annoying when these, third and 12, you get a 5-yard penalty that
You
results
work
in a first
so
down.
hard to get to 3rd and 12,
Right.
3rd and 7. You work like seriously. And then all of a sudden, a holding call away from the route more often than not.
What I would compromise if I were doing this, I would say that I would make this change, but I would add a foul for intentionally doing those things. I would call it intentional holding, intentional illegal contact, something like that. And that, to me, would still result in a first down. Because I think you want to guard against teams,
Well, then they can just call it pass interference, put it on the spot.
Well, they
and
can't,
they make that
though.
judgment anyway. Right? A lot of times
you can't call pass interference.
No, a lot
if
of
the ball's
times
not
the
in
difference
air.
between holding, pass interference, they will.
It's whether the ball's in the air.
They can still. I think that
You think
still
they can
gives them a
fudge it
little-
enough?
I think it gives them a little freedom.
Okay,
to
well,
do
I
that.
would be down with that. But I think that the refs still need a little bit of an ability to, say, you're
Yes.
doing this intentionally. We're not going to allow that to happen.
Yeah.
But there's no reason for that to be a first down
I would
automatically.
agree. I would
The Packers want to ban the tush push, which you like.
Mm-hmm.
I don't really care either way. And then the Eagles want the postseason rules all year for overtime. So both teams touch the ball.
Yeah.
Which should be mandatory. No reason not to have that.
I don't know. I mean,
What do you mean you don't know?
I don't know.
What do you mean? What don't you know about?
Then you want the risk of more ties? Because you have the risk of more ties because
That's
it's
okay.
only a 10-minute period. And
Well,
if
they'll change it to 15 in this.
Oh, they would?
Yeah.
Okay.
It was part of the deal was
Well,
to
then,
change it
Salk,
to
you're
15.
talking player safety. These guys
Oh,
can't
my God. Yeah,
possibly
the extra
play a lot
5 minutes
longer.
twice a year. My God.
Yes.
Just make it fair so both teams can touch the ball in overtime. Seahawks reworked the contract for Shannon Drayer. They saved themselves some
Well, they do
$9
technically both get to touch
million.
the ball. Remember that. You
Not
gotta
really.
just- okay.
They don't get to touch the ball.
To give up a touchdown, that's kind of on you, but that's fine. We could debate this another
Only
day.
if
We've only done
give
this
both
for
teams a
years.
chance,
Okay, here we go.
whatever.
Everything you need to know. Push.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Kraken get blown out. They played really poorly to start the game, and that was not good enough. And then huge news this morning. The Boston Celtics have been sold, Brock.
I saw that. For?
$6.1 billion.
Gosh.
What do you think the extra $0.1 billion is for? Bill Chisholm,
Well, it's
managing.
technically $100 million.
I guess it is. Yeah, it's just an extra. What's $100 million between friends? Bill Chisholm, managing partner at Symphony Technology Group, has purchased the Celtics from the Grossbeck family for $6.1 billion.
Did I read that is the highest sale of a franchise in North American sports history? Of any sport in North American
That might be
history?
true. Yes, largest.
'Cause
This is now the largest sale in sports franchise.
Washington
in
football
America.
team
Yes.
went for somewhere in the 5s.
6.1.
Mr. Penner bought the Broncos for 4.8.
Any guesses what the Grossbeck family bought the Celtics for in 2002?
$1 billion.
$360 million.
360 million to 6.1 billion.
Yeah.
So that extra 100 million was 1/3 of what it cost them initially.
Just about. Yeah. Between a third and a quarter.
It's pretty good business.
That's not bad. We should really all get into the owning a professional sports franchise business.
Pretty good return on investment.
That's pretty.
Maybe that's why Brady,
good.
Mahomes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why they all want to get into that.
Pretty
Anyway,
good
obviously
business.
that will affect an expansion price here in Seattle or whatever goes down in the next year or so. That is everything you need to know. 15:15 every hour here in the Brock and Salk Show.
Is that new garden pretty cool?
No.
Does it have a ton of real estate around it?
By the way, they don't own that. They're a tenant. They are. They don't own the building.
What?
The Celtics are a tenant in that building, always have been.
Oh, my.
Both in the new garden and the old garden. And
Really?
the new garden's not new anymore. It's like 35 years old.
My
and never really was that nice, to be honest with you. Like when you go to Climate Pledge, having covered games in the old garden or the new garden, TD Garden.
TD Garden.
It's not even close. I mean, like that building's kind of dumpy, and they don't own it anyway. They're a tenant. The Bruins own the building. So they don't, like, you don't own the building and make all of the concert revenue and all. Now, maybe they get a share or something. I don't know how all of that works, but they don't own that building. The Bruins do.
Wow. $6.1 billion.
Yeah. For just the franchise.
Wow.
Pretty remarkable.
Feels like a lot.
Yeah, it seems like a lot of money. All right, coming up to baseball we go, Brock. We're going to head down to Peoria, talk to Shannon Drayer, where one new Mariner may be making himself a pretty strong case to be on this roster. She'll tell you who that is and whether or not he's going to make it next on Brock and Salk.
Baseball is back. Julio Rodriguez and the 2025 Mariners are ready to play ball.
Gone! Julio! Home run!
Opening day is just 7 days away.
It's a mentality. It's time to battle. It's time to fight.
Seattle Sports will be live from Soto all day, including Wyman and Bob at Victory Hall from 2 to 6 p.m. Seattle Sports, the home of the Mariners, and your exclusive home for opening day.
Welcome to Staples.
I hear Staples prints it all for any business.
You bet, and we'll beat any print quote.
So if I had a pizza place...
Staples can print signs, menus, pizza boxes.
A landscaping business?
Oh, we can print yard signs, T-shirts, brochures.
How about a pizza/landscaping business? I'll call it Dough and Mo.
I like it.
Right now at Staples, get up to $250 off your print purchase. Ends 4/5, exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for offer details. Price match guarantee valid in store and staples.com/print. Visit staples.com/price match for details.
Joe Montana here. In my football days, I knew the importance of a strong defense. Now I'm sharing how you can help defend your health against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease. Are you 50 or older like me? The CDC now recommends vaccination against pneumococcal disease. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at increased risk and over 6 times greater risk of hospitalization with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50. Schedule your appointment today at vaxassist.com.
Sponsored by Pfizer.
I'm attorney Rob Iddens, proud Marine Corps veteran and owner of Warrior Injury Law. We help all types of injury victims like Sean, who was rear-ended in a car accident.
They're just easy to work with. They're fast. I like the fact that he had military service. I can see a lot of Marine in Rob. He's very in charge, really gets things done. But I didn't have to do anything. He offered me a settlement, had a number in my head, was nearly double that. I would refer absolutely anybody to Rob.
If you've been injured, call us at 253-WARRIOR. Warrior Injury Law. Battle tested.
Eddie's! What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
For 70 years, we've been known as the Humane Society of the United States. But as the challenges animals face have grown, so have we. We are now called Humane World for Animals. And if you love animals, you're part of our world. Humane World for Animals. The end of animal cruelty.
Down, set, Pizza Hut, Hut! Make the play of the game with Pizza Hut. Buy any large Pizza Hut pizza and get another one free. Use code HUT at checkout. That's code HUT for a buy one, get one free exclusive offer to 710 Seattle Sports listeners. No one out pizzas the Hut.
The brackets are now open. Compete in the Seattle Sports Bracket Bucks presented by Muckleshoot Casino Resort. Head to seattlesports.com/win to pre-register. Receive your bracket and compete for your shot at great prizes. The grand prize winner from the 64-team bracket will win $1,000 in Visa gift cards. But if your bracket is busted in the first round, we have other ways for you to play too. Register and find complete rules at seattlesports.com/win.
Heading outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nelly on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Window Nation customers have been singing our praises for years. With fast, local service and an industry-leading 96% customer satisfaction rating, it's no wonder.
I researched window companies for the last year to see what the average prices were and the quality of work. Window Nation nailed both.
Get 2 windows free with every 2 you buy. Pay no interest for 2 full years. Hurry, this offer ends soon. Schedule a free estimate now. Call 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com. That's 866-90NATION.
You're free now. Free to stream beyond your wildest dreams.
Rom-coms, slasher-coms, space operas.
Free to fill your feed with impossibly chonky chonkers.
Cats, corgis, babies on demand.
Free to make your smart devices do silly things.
Bowl of chips on the Robo-Vacuum.
Free to open a world of remote work and Gametopia.
Who's the boss now?
Free to be everything you imagine. That's how it feels to have Quantum Fiber Internet. Your world unleashed. Learn more at quantumfiber.com.
Limited availability, service in select locations only.
Getting a new battery should be easy. At Pacific Power Batteries, you won't go in with a battery problem and come out with a new transmission. Instead, we can test your battery to see if it's actually the problem. Maybe it's the alternator. We don't sell alternators, so we have no motivation to sell you one or even a new transmission. We have load testers and conductance testers, hydrometers and voltmeters whenever needed. I'm Steve Almond, and I invite you to our family-owned Pacific Power Batteries. You can trust us with any battery problem, and we'll top off the blinker fluid for free.
Hundreds of vehicles on the ground, 8 dealerships, 14 brands, all in one location. Visit West Hills Autoplex. We have more brands in one location than anywhere else in Washington State, import or domestic, new or pre-owned. We make finding your perfect vehicle easy, and that means a remarkable car buying experience for you. Skip the hassle with West Hills' streamlined buying experience and feel confident buying from your neighborhood family-owned dealerships. West Hills Autoplex, Auto Centerway exit, Highway 3, Bremerton.
This hour of the Brock and Salk Show is powered by Star Rentals, preferred supplier to the West's best contractors.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Let's see. The Mariners are getting close, man. We're a week away, Brock. We are 1 week away from opening day. That sounds kind of nice to hear, doesn't it? Right? Getting that much closer to watching baseball. I was over at the park yesterday. The grass is looking good. The field has bounced back after all of the off-season stuff that they had and the enchant stuff over Christmas and all of it. So that looked good. And then the food was
how green was the grass, Michael?
Pretty green.
Was it pretty green?
Pretty green.
Good. How was the batter's eye? Did you get down there and kind of take a look?
I didn't check that out. It seemed a little off-center, but that's just me, just from my angle. I don't know, from the press club. Shannon Drayer joins us from Peoria. Shannon, you got to start coming back early for this food event. I'd never been to the, debuting the food event. It was unbelievable yesterday.
And neither have I, because every reporter that spends the most time around them is out of town every single year that they do that thing.
I know.
Not mad, not bitter, not jealous, not angry at all. A
lot of influencers there, Shannon. Big influencer thing. Yes.
Oh, yeah.
But the food was great, and I will say that I think the sumo dogs were probably the highlight. Tremendous. Really, really good. So that's something to look for this year.
Sounds complicated.
No, it was good. Anyway, let's dig in. Let's dig into what's going on down there. And we'll just start kind of broadly. We feeling about ready for this team to head home?
I think so. I mean, you definitely, I'd say for the last week, almost been in that spot about where everybody feels like, let's just go play. It's time to go. But there is work that needs to get done. And I think the thing that jumps out the most at me, and that usually means next to nothing because, just kind of strange magic happens when you get on a plane and fly back to Seattle, and all of a sudden everything looks different, and it's not spring training anymore. But it does seem like there are definitely some guys that are not locked in at the plate, but there are guys that are feeling pretty good at the plate right now, which is nice to see. And then the pitching is the pitching. All you want to do is bubble wrap it and send it north. There haven't been a lot of decisions that have needed to be made. There will be a couple. But other than that, it just feels like it's time for real games.
A player or two, Shannon, that has helped himself the most this month in Peoria?
Ryan Bliss would probably be at the top of that list. He comes in, and I would say unfairly, I think I look at Ryan Bliss last year, I look at Tyler Locklear. Neither one of them got very long looks, and it takes a while when you're breaking into the big leagues. So to see both of them, quite frankly, go into the offseason, make some improvements, come back and have a good showing has been good. But I think that Ryan Bliss has really kind of separated himself a little bit and maybe forced the question, is he just going to be an occasional player at second base? And perhaps even force the question is, would it benefit the team more to have Dylan Moore in the utility spot that he is more accustomed to move around and plant Ryan Bliss at second and play him more, or to kind of go with what was the original plan, start with Dylan there, give him some runway, and see where that goes. So I think that's going to be intriguing. But with Bliss, we've seen him do some things with the bat, and I'll say that, the strikeouts were down early, starting to come up a little bit more as the pitching gets a little bit tougher. The glove, you've seen times when you just shake your head on a routine play, and why doesn't he catch that? Why does he drop that? We've also seen him make some spectacular plays, and we've seen him also, get a little bit more consistent towards the end. So I would say if you're looking at them right now, defensively, I'm going to feel better about your Gold Glover at second base in Dylan Moore. Ryan Bliss has taken some strides. As we all know, Dylan has not done much with the bat down here, although a few more hits in the last few games, and Bliss has been fairly consistent with that. So I think that's kind of a tough question, and I do think Dylan's versatility and comfort with that position comes into play as well.
Rowdy Tellez going to make this opening day roster?
I think there's a good chance that he does. Nobody has received more starts at first base than he has this spring. And he's played, showed that he's comfortable there. He's played quite a bit there in his career. He fits a need in that they kind of need a left-handed player off of the bench. And I think he's been what you have expected him to be at the plate, behind the scenes. Obviously a good veteran teammate. The guys really like him. He's comfortable where he's at. I do think he's got a good chance to do it. It's kind of tough to get him. It's a strange roster. We've talked about this before. There's so many things that are up in the air, and what is your real need? And a lot that plays into that is, how much is Jorge Polanco going to be able to play at third base to start? Who are you going to end up? You have a lot of candidates that you could put into that DH spot. Who do you need to put into that DH spot? Do you need to leave it open for Polanco, who needs to continue to learn the position, and we've seen some good things in the last couple of days, but also has been one of the most comfortable at the plate hitters since the day he picked up the bat down here. And it really kind of leaves you wondering, and not wondering too much because it was clear that it was happening, but how much was that leg affecting him at the plate? So I think just so many questions to be answered and just how it all fits together. But I think Rowdy has shown what he needs to show to prove that he could be of help if they can get him on that roster.
Have we seen Solano much in the field?
Yeah.
Have we?
Yeah, and mostly at third base. And okay. I would say we haven't seen Dylan a lot at third, but I would say that Solano has probably looked like the most reliable third baseman out there. And again, you've got to give Polanco time. Our assumption was he'd be splitting time at first. We've rarely seen him over there. And it is feeling more and more like they are going to let Luke Raley bat against left-handed pitching. So it's, as I said, the pieces and who they're going to be are fine, but how they all fit together and how that's going to play out even on a daily basis is going to be interesting.
Was that a soft eye roll or a hard eye roll?
It's just
what was that?
Why?
No, I said, what was that? Was that a hard
I'm now
eye roll?
asking why. Why is Luke Raley going to hit against left-handed pitching? Why?
Really?
Why?
Shannon, why?
Shannon,
really?
Well, yeah, why? I don't understand. What would be the reasoning for that?
You've seen a lot of left-handed pitching down here. I mean, we saw that he was able to just, kind of flat out hit at the end of last season. And I think there was some intrigue because he's never really been allowed to. He's never really been given that runway. And he is somebody that I think you have to remember with Luke Raley is very young in this game. I talked about Locklear and Bliss needing to get opportunities. I think it is probably worth a look at Raley with a little bit of a longer look at lefties to see if perhaps he really is an everyday player. When he came over here, the thought was that he could be, possibly. He got off to a miserable start, but when he turned things around, he was one of their most valuable hitters. And so if he looks like he is comfortable at the plate right now, he is going good at the plate, and that includes a lot of lefties, which is rare to get, it's a roll of the dice what you're going to see down here, but he's been getting them. And I think, Dan Wilson also favors something closer to an everyday lineup. I think he's worth that look.
Salk hasn't quite put the Ebenezer's on, but he's, I think, typing away at some baseball numbers. You're not even going to look at it.
No, numbers don't matter anymore. It's fine. No reason to look at numbers. You just go with the gut.
Oh, Shanny, how is Furious George doing? Has he been able to pick up a baseball?
Unless he kind of snuck one yesterday. We've seen him with a football, and that's about it. Today's an off day, and that might have been a day where perhaps they took him out and did something, but so far, no. And you know what? There's no hurry here. From everything that we understand and talking to George briefly and talking to, pitching coaches and whatnot, everything looks like it's okay right here. He did have the injection. He's getting ready to throw. And they, with what Emerson has done and the fact that there is an entire season ahead of you, there is no need to rush anything. And then, if it does take a little bit longer with him, the benefit may be you get him back at the end of the season, or he's got a little something extra at the end of the season where hopefully those games are more meaningful than ever. So, George obviously wants to get out there, but there is no push that he absolutely has to, he's got to be back within 2 weeks. We're not going to see that. I don't think we're going to see that because his spring training has been wiped out. They told us on March 7th that he was being shut down, but his previous outing, I believe, was 9 days before that. So he only made one spring training outing and 1 2-inning spring training outing. So he needs to be built up.
Hey, so I spent some time, this is for the baseball dorks, I spent some time yesterday trying to figure out what this roster looks like. 26 people, right? 13 bats, 13 arms. And it looks like you got just a couple of spots where you got to choose one or the other. One is probably that DH spot, and that is either Rowdy Tellez or Mitch Haniger, and maybe Haniger's making that easy by being hurt. But just asking you, it sounds like you think Tellez is on the roster. And then the next one would be your other utility infielder, Mastrobuoni versus Rivas. Seems to me that would be Rivas's job. What do you think?
I would think that, but I think we've seen Mastrobuoni getting more playing time, so that's tough. What I would say is Rivas is probably your best shortstop option. And, you want to have that close by, particularly if you are planting Dylan Moore at second base. But if he's with Tacoma, you can get him quickly. So, if they are intrigued by what they see from Mastrobuoni, then, you could start there. They're very similar in that, except that Mastrobuoni you can put in the outfield, made some nice plays in center field. Rivas you feel the best about at shortstop. And I like Rivas. I kind of think they might be leaning a little bit towards Mastrobuoni, knowing that they will go to Rivas at some time. I think it's kind of a toss-up at this point. Neither one of them is going to do much with the bat. Neither one of them has had a very long look again at the major league level. So I think that's a tough call.
And then at the back end of the bullpen, or not the back end, but in the bullpen, the last few spots, if you assume Munoz, Santos, Thornton, Spire, Snyder, the last 3 spots, 2 of which will eventually be taken by Brash and Taylor. Am I looking at Saucedo, Legumina, Bizzardo as your last 3?
Maybe. Definitely Saucedo, Legumina. They could roll the dice on Carlos Vargas, who is out of options. They like the stuff, but again, he is a command person. Jesse Hahn's name has come up a couple of times. Kind of a dependable veteran. Has had a pretty good spring. Fujinama is one that everybody just looks at and is like, my gosh, if you can harness this, it's something. I believe they can send him to the minors, so you don't have to worry about that, but that'll be a name to continue to keep an eye on. I think it's going to come down to the decision on Vargas being out of options, Bizzardo, and perhaps Hahn. And, of course, there's always the chance they can pick up somebody at the end. So, that spot is very much not locked down and still very much a question mark.
I mean, the real question is Shanny ready? Like, it's a clock, you've got this clock in the back of your head, too. How many spring trainings? Like 10, 12, 18? How many?
2003 was my first. No, 2002. 2002. Yeah. So 87.
Let's call them 20-something spring trainings. Is your clock ticking? You ready to go?
Yeah, it's funny because it used to be you never want to leave the sunshine and all of that. Somewhere along the line, you pick up the players thinking uncertain things, and that's one of them. It's like, let's go. Let's go. It's time to see what this really is.
Yeah.
Wait till you come back here and you see the weather and everything. You're going to be like, let's go again. Let's go back. Let's head right back to Arizona. I don't want to be here anymore. I'm good.
I took a peek at that, and that's just going to be a shock for everybody.
Just terrible, Shannon. It's just terrible. It really is. It's bad. All right, last thing. Just because I've been so interested in him all spring, how's my guy Randy Arozarena doing? What are we going to see from Randy this year?
I think you'll see what we saw last year, and that you're never quite sure what you're going to see as a player that you just have to keep your eyes on. He does things differently. It started slow with the bat, and really not even over the last few days. I'd say over the last week, the at-bats have looked better, and the contact has looked better, and Dan Wilson has signaled him out as somebody that is really kind of coming along on, they're reinforcing. It's not anything new in the approach that they're telling him as far as baseball goes and things to do. I do think this time last year they were being asked to do things differently, but the up-the-middle approach that they're wanting them, the two-strike and whatnot, I do think that he is, Dan was happy with what he was seeing with him being a little bit more up the middle, a little bit more focused in what he is doing at the plate. So I think that he's getting to a good place, but, he's a player that you just don't know. And he's a player that, quite honestly, was coming off a season last year that had big question marks. We laugh because he's fun to watch and he can do some great things on the field. But, is he somebody that is going to kind of continue on a slow, steady downward trend that you've seen, since he was with the Rays? Or is he somebody that's going to plateau and perhaps they are going to be able to bring some things out of him? We're going to have to wait and see. It's our first spring with him, so we don't know. But very much Randy Arozarena, but seeing some very positive things with the bat the last week.
Well, we miss you, Shannon. We are looking forward to having you back, also because it means it's the start of baseball season, and that is exciting. And it does hold the promise of what is to come, weather-wise and sports-wise and everything else. So looking forward to seeing you. Opening day a week away. All of our time with Shannon is powered by Pacific Lamp and Supply. And Shannon, we will talk soon. Thank you.
We're getting there. Thanks, guys.
All right, there you go. The great Shannon Drayer, our Mariners insider. And, of course, you can read her stuff at seattlesports.com.
What would you do, Salk? You got to guarantee Rowdy's $1.5 million on Sunday.
Yeah, I'm doing that.
You're doing that?
Yeah.
Even if it means like, hey, there's some powder at the trade deadline, right?
I mean, I'm going to hope that the Nintendo patch is going to take care of all of that. And I'm not joking. Like, I know that's legit money that should change things for them. Like, that's something they've been working on. Again, in this sort of post-RSN world, all of these things matter even more.
Every dollar does count.
I think you got to eat it on Haniger. Now, again, it depends what happens. If he's hurt to start the year, then maybe you get a little reprieve before you've got to make that call. I guess the other question for me is just on that Mastroboni. We'll talk more about it later, or Rivas.
Yeah.
I just, whoever's a better defender, that's really the only thing. Your defense, I think, right now is so problematic that just give me whoever is the better infield defender and go from there, because I think you got a major infield defense problem heading into this season. Let's do some Blue 88.
This is Brock and Salk's Blue 88.
Blue 88! Blue 88!
We take you to the field as Brock Ewart breaks down 3 football questions as only he can.
Now here's your hosts, Brock Ewart and Mike Salk.
All right, buddy, 4 offensive guards left on the market. If you want one of them, what stands out from a blind resume standpoint, and who should they sign?
Well, it's interesting. You got 2 young guys and then 2 older guys. 2 older guys and Lucas Patrick and Brandon Scherf that are both pretty beat up. Right? If you could blend, right? If you could blend these guys together, I think you'd get the one guy you'd really want. I mean, Scherf is going to be 34 this upcoming football season, and just kind of looking again at just the PFF grades. And I know Big Ray and a lot of these guys hate them, and I don't fully, follow them as well. But what it does give you is just at least a baseline for all 4 of them, right? If it's flawed or whatever, here's where they fit within, these groups. Scherf and Lucas Patrick are manageable guys. They're 54th best overall guard and the 53rd best overall guard out of 130 of them. Kind of Lakin Tomlinson, maybe a step up. Do some things better, do some things worse, but you're going to be 34 and going to be 32. And then you look at the 2 young guys. Radens, they brought in from Tennessee, former second-round pick. Now, he's lower on that list. He's 91st out of 130 guards. Former second-round pick, nice size, 6'6", good athlete. But the play has not been spectacular. If this is just blind resume, it's not even close. Not even close. It's Tevin Jenkins. And not only from, former second-round pick and size and everything, Salk, he was the 18th best guard, according to PFF, in all the NFL last year. A grade of 75.4, and it was good in both run and pass. He was the 15th best pass blocker, the 20th best run blocker. So from just a PFF standpoint, amongst these 4, not close. Age amongst these 4 and upside, not close. Athleticism amongst this group, not close.
Yeah.
Like, he checks every box. But then it's a little bit like the Tin Man, right? Does he have is it the Tin Man that had the heart issue? I think it was the Tin Man. The Lion was courage.
Yeah.
The Tin Man was the heart for.
Scarecrow doesn't have a brain.
Yeah. Scarecrow, no brain. Lion, courage.
That sounds right.
I think that's right. Why did you do that? Why did you give me
I'm trying to think. I was just
prairie
thinking.
dog look? I said it. You gave me the prairie
I was
dog.
just trying to think through it. I wasn't trying. Stop it. I'm just trying to think. Sometimes I need to think.
And it's not and that sounds so bad to say, and it's such a subjective critique. But you hear from enough different people
you got to
in the
find
game.
people that love ball.
That's right. And that's what you want to infiltrate your building with. Now, if you feel like you got the culture, right, and enough of those guys that are going to maybe bring that out of them, if you feel like, hey, man, Seattle is a much better clubhouse than it was in Chicago, and all the dysfunction that has been there for years and years and years, I think you can kind of maybe talk yourself into it. That's the only question, because this guy's play on the field, this being Tevin Jenkins, amongst his peers that are available on the free agent market, his play has been far superior.
All right, question number 3.
Question 2.
Yeah, that's only 1. God, you're talking forever.
Well, you give me the prairie dog, and it really.
Were you talking forever?
You can't do that to me at this age and stage.
I think you got to look that up. I'm not sure it means what you think it means.
What's that? The Tin Man?
No.
You probably, it was fine when you were talking about seeing prairie dogs on your bike ride, but you just shouldn't keep throwing that term around.
I think you should look it up.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
Does that have some cultural thing now?
Well, just don't. Just. I don't think you want to keep saying
it. Is it dirty?
Yes. I don't think you want to keep saying it. Just let's just let that go.
Call you a gopher then?
You can, but let's just let that go if you don't mind. Question number.
Find something new.
Question number 2, Brock. Lots of draft prospects who are going to be visiting the Seahawks for their 30 visits. Who's intriguing? What do you like?
I don't even want to say this guy's name because I don't want it out there.
Uh-oh.
This is one of those I don't want out there.
Okay.
I want to just text you guys behind the scenes because I don't want to be talking about it. I don't want to become a pod. I don't want it to be because I want this guy to be a Seahawk.
Okay.
I want him in the 3rd round as a Seahawk. He's really dynamic, dude. He's the one guy this year in the Big 12. Granted, not the SEC and the Big 10. It was in the Big 12. Mm-hmm. But it was the one guy where I'm watching cross tape and I'm like, who is this guy? He's the one guy that I would get into production meetings and the D coordinator would be like, oh, thank gosh, I don't have to deal with him again. He just is a different cat. 6 receiving touchdowns, 6 rushing touchdowns. Went to the combine. He ran in the 4.4s. I thought he'd run
TCU
even faster.
Guy, right?
Yes. So Savion Williams is his name. and he is, oh my gosh, it's kind of Cordero Patterson. Remember Cordero Patterson out of Tennessee?
Yeah.
Kind of a running back, kind of a receiver, but you know what else he was? An unbelievable kick returner. This guy in that phase of the game, along with all the jet sweeps, like if there's a Deebo Samuel in this draft, it's this guy. Now his hands, work in progress. His route running, work in progress. His like Deebo,
right?
Like I'm Deebo, and I'm going to run over you, run through you, run around you.
That's kind of fun.
Ooh, I really, really like this guy on tape. So they're going to bring him in. I don't know him as a person. I don't know any of that stuff, but he is going to be one of their 30 visits, and I got my big old blue eye right on him.
All right, question number 3 for real this time. Brock, what do we make of Detroit's proposal to change these penalties so that they're not first downs anymore?
I'm right there with you now. The guys were saying
that Detroit wants to
get rid of the automatic first down for the illegal contact, right?
And defensive holding.
And defensive holding.
Yeah.
Now, they would favor the most in this. And maybe the rest of the guys in the league chuckle like, oh, sure you do. Because all you do is play press man, and you got your hands on people all the time, and you constantly force. They had a young DB that led the league in holding calls and pass interference by a long ways. So this is a self-interest because this is their style. But I am and every NFL team is so sick and tired of seeing a 3rd and 12, and there's a little hands to the face, there's a little grab away from the play, and now it's got to be that punitive. I get to a 3rd down, and it's got to be that punitive to automatically move the chains. Make it a 5-yard penalty, just like encroachment, just like offsides. And if 5 yards is a first down, great. Yeah, I am all for that one. I think it is way, way, way too punitive.
That is today's Blue 88. You and I see that one 100% the same. I've always kind of felt that that's obnoxious. Give him a 5-yard penalty, but not an automatic first down. Just doesn't seem to make a lot of sense. All right. Normally Thursdays, Brock, at this time we do. Here's the thing: we're gonna move that a little later because we've been going through our most intriguing Mariners, and we are on today to number 6. That's right. We're a week away. So number 6 today. Yes. This might be controversial given some of the other things we've talked about. So I hope it doesn't create too big of a stir when I give you number 6 in just a moment. It's next on Brock and Salk.
When you're on the pitch clock and don't have time for your favorite Seattle sports shows, listen to the podcasts on demand.
How about that? Unbelievable. Who would have thought?
Every hour, every interview, every look behind the scenes.
Dan Wilson's the new skipper.
This is a window. This is a time where we can get it done, and that's the hope. That's the vision for this club.
Find us on SeattleSports.com, the Seattle Sports app, or wherever you get podcasts.
Holy smokes!
Never miss a minute of Seattle sports, the home of the Mariners.
Just Cause Legal knows the value of standing up for what's right. If you've been in a car crash, Just Cause Legal is here to fight for you. With aggressive auto insurance lawyers on your side, you will secure the compensation you deserve. Just Cause Legal makes the process as painless as possible. Don't wait. Time is critical. Get the help needed today. Visit justcauselegal.com or call 253-859-8899 and meet your legal lifesavers. Just Cause Legal, fighting for you.
Kinematics Marine Equipment reminds parents to enroll your kids in a positive youth program. Sports, hobbies, and community activities improve overall health and performance in school. These programs decrease drug use and violence and develop self-discipline and leadership skills. Let's team together this year to help our kids reach their full potential. Best wishes to all our kids from the entire team at Kinematics Marine Equipment, your nationwide source for marine deck gear for over 40 years. Online at kinematicsmarine.com.
Hi, Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. For over 55 years, you've trusted us for roofing, siding, windows, decking, and gutters. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today to schedule a free estimate. State Roofing and Exteriors.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
Making fresh produce and food affordable and accessible to all is a mission Safeway is deeply committed to. G. Scott here. Your local Safeway has all the great benefits that SNAP-eligible families love, plus exclusive savings. Right now, save 50% on Fresh Pass memberships, plus get a monthly $5 credit, free unlimited delivery, $10 of free produce, and double rewards. Check out your Safeway For You app for all details and savings, or visit Safeway.com/snap for details.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, millions of men experience ED, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. At HIMSS, our own board-certified urologist, Dr. Peter Stahl, knows this better than anyone, and he knows that HIMSS can help.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, Senior Vice President of Men's Sexual Health at HIMSS. I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS.
Through HIMSS.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs. Options at up to 95% less than the brand names when you get started at hims.com/joy. To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% less than brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is for you too. Stubborn fat is really hard to get rid of, and then there's all those gimmicky lasers, fat freezing methods, and prescriptions. Imagine a simple solution that takes just one day and provides immediate noticeable results. Introducing ProSculpt. ProSculpt uses air-assisted technology that's safe and gentle yet powerful, delivering instant fat-reducing and skin-tightening results. Performed by board-certified plastic surgeons while fully awake, ProSculpt contours your body with minimal downtime. It's designed to target those problem areas: waistline, neck, face, arms, thighs. ProSculpt gently removes unwanted fat and tightens loose skin with FDA-cleared plasma technology, all in a simple, guaranteed one-day procedure. ProSculpt is one and done. Schedule your free consultation at prosculpt.com for $250 off. For powerful permanent fat removal and skin tightening that works for ladies and you men, it's prosculpt.com.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Get in the freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
I don't read the internet, guys.
Take the bull by the hands.
And Brooke, you are. And Brooke, you are.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
All right, we are going through, Brock, our most intriguing Mariners. It's always been a Seahawks thing, but we're doing a little differently this year. This is a top 10 most intriguing Mariner conversation. Again, not most important, not best. This is most intriguing. A lot of that is subjective. Some of it has to do with conversations you can have around them, some questions. Could they do this? Could they do that? And, it started with Gregory Santos, who went to Matt Brash, was number 9. Then we had Mitch Garver and J.P. Crawford, the two potential comeback kids.
I
right?
got a problem with that one.
What?
There's no way that J.P. Crawford's the 7th most intriguing player on this team. I think he missed. That's fine. I think he basically Uchenna Nwosu did. Like number 7 on Uchenna Nwosu, wrong. That's just wrong. It doesn't look right. JP number 7. I think it's a little low.
All right. Well, today, Maura, we are on to
number 6.
Maura's starting to feel better. It doesn't sound as good as it did a couple days ago.
Better when I was raspy.
Yeah, her voice is coming back to normal. So
yeah,
you're not
she had a little
all
Stevie Nicks. Now she's just Pat Benatar.
Do you want to try it, Lyle?
Now she's Christine McVie. Like, what happened? It used to be Stevie. Now it's Christine McVie.
Oh, Lyle, you want to give it a shot?
You want to give us a
Lyle?
number
Is it going
6?
to go any better?
Lyle, we're on a number.
Lyle's feeling better, too.
Number 6.
Oh, that's awful.
I told you it was going to be awful.
Oh, my
I mean,
God.
do it anyway.
Well, you don't sound confident. That's the problem. You're saying it very tentatively.
I liked the deep voice guy thing, though.
Yeah, but it was very tentative. Say it with some guts. Say it with some confidence. Say it like you mean it.
Number 6.
There we go. That was better. But you gotta go. You gotta get over the mic. Number 6. Like you gotta own it.
That sounds like you're like when number 6 hits, you're gonna murder someone.
I might.
No, it sounds more like here's the actual correct way to do it. So I should have just done it in the first place anyway. I just want to hear you two embarrass yourselves.
No, I didn't do it very well either. I'm not very good at it. I like you guys doing it.
Who we got?
Number 6, Logan Gilbert is number 6.
Ooh,
yeah, because I'm curious what's next for Logan Gilbert. Logan is going to be, I think, an interesting topic of conversation throughout this season for a few reasons. One, he's going to be the opening day starter for the first time. And I think that's a new honor for him. Last year, his first All-Star appearance, he was number 6 also in the Cy Young voting. I think that's now got to be something that he wants to be in the top 5. I think he wants to win a Cy Young. Mm-hmm. And so kind of what is that next step for Logan Gilbert? He'll be 28 this year. You look at some of the numbers over the last couple of seasons, Brock, and a few things stand out. First,
before you get to them, can I just give you my... No, actually, go ahead and go ahead.
Just some of the numbers are pretty crazy.
Yeah.
Games started. 24, that was his rookie season where he wasn't called up right away. Mm-hmm. And then 32, 32, 33. That's nuts.
Yep.
After that rookie season, 185 innings, 190 innings, 208 innings. Also nuts. The whip last year had come down from 1.18 to 1.075 to, you mentioned this before, 0.887. He's allowing less. I mean, that's remarkable.
Yep.
Significantly less than 1 walker hit per innings pitched. The home runs were back down to 1.1 last year. The walks were the best he's ever had, 1.6. That's incredible, per 9. The strikeouts, best he'd had since that rookie season, 9.5 strikeouts per 9. Like those numbers are really, really incredible. The one number that dropped for Logan last year in a negative sense, and I know that every modern baseball fan is going to laugh when I say it. It's his win-loss record. And it's not entirely his fault, obviously. I mean, there was not entirely. Most of it wasn't his fault at all, as he was a hard luck loser, it felt like over and over again. But I think if I'm Logan, and if I were to ask him that same question I asked Brian Wu, like which of those numbers would you like to improve? I'm going to bet that Logan would say, well, I'd like to be better than 9 and 12. And maybe a lot of that is out of his hands, of course. The offense has to be better. The defense has to be better. But it's, you got to pitch to what each game calls for. And the other team knows when Logan's on the mound, they're in for it. So I would love to see that number go up for Logan. I would love to see Logan win 15 games this year. I think that would be an incredible achievement. I know it's old school. I know a lot of that's outside of his control. Maybe I have to keep saying that. But I think that would be if he does that, I think he is top 3 in the Cy Young Award voting, and we'll see what happens.
I think the biggest jump that he's got to take this season, and I think my memory serves me correct on this one, is his home road splits. That when the games got away from him, I don't remember a game at home getting away from him. But it strikes me if games get away from him and you get one of those 8 runs in 3 innings or something like that, it's a bandbox on the road. I think that ability to kind of bring those home, and he's so unbelievably dominant at home. I think I'm correct on this. And I think if there were some hiccups along the way a season ago, it was a couple of those outings on the road. And especially if you're going to be in the Cy Young and in that baseball writer conversation, when you go to New York or you go to Boston or you go into those kind of markets, you've got to be absolute nails. Am I correct on that?
I mean, kind of. I'm just looking at the number splits last year.
They're all so unbelievably impressive.
So good. I mean, batting average, yeah, they're better at home. 188 at home, 204 on the road.
Yep.
I mean, OPS 550.
I mean, you don't have an overall
627.
season whip under 1 unless you were dominant everywhere.
The strikeout to walk difference is actually pretty significant. It's a lot better at home, and that's what we've sort of learned is that this park does breed strikeouts.
Yep.
There is obviously a significant difference, but I mean, 15 home runs on the road, 11 at home.
Mm-hmm.
That sounds pretty normal for anybody pitching at T-Mobile. So, yeah, I'm sure there's something to it, Brock. There's no doubt. But I would love to see Logan come up with 15 wins this year. I would love to see him, be in a position to sign a long-term contract. That's another part of the intriguing thing for us is, what is the future of Logan Gilbert as a Mariner? He'll be 28. Do you want to sign him to a long-term deal that's going to take him into his mid-30s? Or do you want to just take the best years of Logan Gilbert, you have him at 28 and 29, and then say, hey, he's a big, tall guy. Maybe somebody else is better off re-signing him to the big money somewhere else.
Mm-hmm. And the whispers in baseball and the whispers around baseball is he's a Florida guy, and good luck trying to sign him to an extension in Seattle.
Mm-hmm.
Those are some of the whispers around baseball. Randy Johnson. Randy Johnson was down at camp a couple weeks ago or last week. You saw some pictures and you're reminded the difference even between 6'6", 6'7", and 6'10". Like Randy is a giant. You know how many years in 22 years of baseball Randy Johnson had a sub-1 whip? 22 years he pitched, and many of them unbelievably dominant. Erratic early, much more erratic than Logan even ever was in his career. But 22 seasons in the bigs, 2 years where he had a whip under 1.
Wow.
Just 2.
It's funny you guys mentioned the win-loss record for Logan, because if you want a fun little nugget about Logan Gilbert, last season was the best pitch season by a Mariner since Felix Hernandez in 2014. That was Logan Gilbert's season.
Yeah.
It's
unbelievable.
Another guy who just could not get wins because of what was around him.
Yep.
That makes perfect sense. He was tremendous last year. Again, I'm not faulting him for the win. Let's be very clear. No one's faulting Logan for the win-loss record.
No, not at all.
But I do think if he were to, find a way, and I can't tell you what he would do in order to get there. Again, I'm not holding him responsible for it. I think that would be sort of the last piece for him. And yeah, a lot of that relies on his teammates to make the offense and the defense work better on those days when Logan is pitching. Anyway, he's number 6, Brock. What do you think? Was it controversial?
I think a little controversial. I think some would say, man, if you don't have Cal Raleigh on this list and you have Logan at 6, there's something I got to try to figure out, because I think we feel in your comment with Cal is like we know what you're going to get with Cal.
Yeah, but I'm wondering whether or not there is, Cy Young.
Okay, well, what if
Logan Gilbert going to win the Cy Young?
What if there's 40 home runs in Cal's bat?
Maybe.
Like why can't he take yet another step? Why can't he cut down strikeouts just a little bit?
Logan's being given another job this year. He's being put in a different role. He's now the ace of the team.
Mm-hmm.
That wasn't true last year. Cal's in the same role he's been, which is fine. Again, none of that's Cal's amazing. If he hits 40 home runs, that'd be freaking awesome. That'd be tremendous. Be an MVP candidate. But Logan Gilbert's being asked now to be the ace of the staff, opening day starter. That's new, and I am intrigued to see how he handles that over the course of the year.
We are the home of the Mariners.
Big news, by God. We're excited to announce a multi-year partnership extension between the Seattle Mariners and Seattle Sports / Bonneville Seattle. So all Mariner games will continue to be heard on our platforms, including 7:10 a.m. The legend that is Rick Riz.
We couldn't be happier on behalf of the Seattle Mariners. We love the fact that we're going to be back on 710 Seattle Sports. Thank you so much. We're thrilled.
On Seattle Sports
and the Seattle Sports app.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
Choose Syntec Full Synthetic Motor Oil designed for today's engines exclusively at your O'Reilly Auto Parts store or O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
What was that?
That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud Phone System. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business calm at ooma.com/radio.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be.
With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
T-Mobile home internet is all about speed, value.
What you doing, Zach?
First thing, there are so many benefits. You got to talk fast.
T-Mobile home internet ranks #1 in customer satisfaction for home wireless internet by J.D. Power.
Wow, you are good.
Try singing it. T-Mobile has price lock.
They won't raise your rate on internet.
Hulu and Paramount Plus on them.
Get T-Mobile home internet all in for just $55 a month with auto pay and any postpaid voice line.
Additional terms apply. For JD Power 2024 award information, visit jdpower.com/awards.
What's up, everyone? It's me, the Mariners Gatorade Cooler, and I wouldn't trade my view from the dugout for anything. Watching Logan Gilbert mid-shutout, taking a breather right beside me, he is calm, collected, and fully locked in. Keep it coming, Walter.
Swing and a miss. Logan Gilbert, 6 straight strikeouts.
And Victor Robles, running by me with the trident in hand. I'm getting chills just thinking about it. And that's not just because I'm filled with ice.
How about Victor Robles? It landed all the way to the second deck.
And when Cal walks it off, oh, you know what time it is.
A walk-off grand slam for Cal Raleigh.
It's celebration time, and they never see me coming. Mariners baseball, Trident's up.
The Mariners are kicking off the season with a stacked slate of promotions, including a Julio Bat Flip Bobble March 31st to April 2nd and a Cal Platinum Glove Bobble April 7th to April 9th. All 6 dates are Mariners value games, which means you can score seats starting at just $10. Get your tickets at mariners.com/promos.
The brackets are now open. Compete in the Seattle Sports Bracket Bucks presented by Muckleshoot Casino Resort. Head to seattlesports.com/win to pre-register. Receive your bracket and compete for your shot at great prizes. The grand prize winner from the 64-team bracket will win $1,000 in Visa gift cards. But if your bracket is busted in the first round, we have other ways for you to play too. Register and find complete rules at seattlesports.com/win.
For down territory, going inside the game with Michael Bumpus.
I like this. More quarterbacks should start doing this.
Every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bumpin' Stacy.
Bob Stelton here for Asset Roofing, and they have got the perfect slogan. You're either hiring a liability or you're hiring an asset, and I witnessed this firsthand when I met Anthony, the owner, and again when I had him do work on my roof. Now this spring, replace your aging roof with Asset Roofing because you're either hiring a liability or you're hiring an asset. Check them out at AssetRoofingCo.com. That's AssetRoofingCo.com.
Certified work that's never in doubt. Asset Roofing, excellence is on the house.
They say teachers don't impact for a year, but for a lifetime. Hi, this is Rick Riz. Join WSECU, your local credit union, as we celebrate those who give so much with the Teacher of the Week program. Nominate a teacher you feel has changed a life in our community. Each week throughout the season, we'll honor one teacher with a $500 grant, courtesy of WSECU. Teachers are the real MVPs. Find out more and nominate a teacher at mynorthwest.com/teacher.
Washington State ranks number 5 in the country for auto theft. The most high-risk vehicles are Kia, Hyundai, Ford F-150, F-250, and F-350. Help keep your car safe with these simple and important tips. Don't leave your car running unattended. Park in well-lit areas. Lock up every time. Keep valuables out of sight. Use an anti-theft device like a steering wheel lock. Share this information with friends and family. Prevent the theft and keep you and your vehicle safe. These tips brought to you by the Washington Auto Theft Prevention Authority.
John here with Happy Hauler. We want to help get your unwanted items to those in need. Furniture and household items you plan on throwing away, we'll take them and prioritize donating and recycling, keeping items out of the landfill, and giving useful items a second happy home. Happy Hauler is Seattle's eco-friendly junk removal. We work with over 20 nonprofits all over Western Washington to donate used items. Make yourself, your community, and the planet happy. Reclaim your space. HappyHauler.com, hauling with a heart.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Nice to see the Mariners snag another win yesterday. Maybe more importantly, Emerson Hancock pitching well. He's going to be important this year. Right? He's not going to make my most intriguing Mariner list, I don't believe, but I do think he's going to have a lot more importance than maybe we would have guessed because, again, you're going to start the year without George Kirby, and you're going to also have to probably use him along the way, assuming that not every one of your guys makes every start the way they have the last few years.
Right?
Say that one more time. Sorry. We had a little mic issue.
You're looking at him for at least 2 or 3 starts in April. I mean, if George is going to ramp all the way back up here.
Yeah, I mean, I would think so. Just it depends. They do have some off days, so they could skip him if they want to. I wouldn't. I would absolutely pitch him. I mean, again, I want to do everything I can to keep these guys as healthy as I can all year. So I would probably not skip starts and allow him to take a few at the beginning of the season. Why not?
Well, maximal trade value as well. He's taken another step, and he's added a little bit of velo, and he kind of dipped his feet in water last year and was okay. And if he can be a little more than okay, that's can be a valuable commodity on the market.
4 strong innings yesterday allowed a solo shot to Corey Seager. That was it. Mariners win. Jorge Polanco's been very comfortable at the plate.
Now the 2-2. Polanco with a swing and a fly ball deep down the right field line, and we got ourselves a tie game. Goodbye baseball. Into the back of the Rangers bullpen. Jorge Polanco with his second home run of the spring. We're tied at 1-1.
Yeah, J.P. Crawford had one. Let's say Luke Raley had an RBI. No, I'm sorry. It was Rowdy Tellez who had an RBI sac fly, which, again, like that's probably not going to make the highlight reel, but that is one of those things that we're hoping the team does a lot more of this year as they're trying to make sure they make contact and find ways to score those runners from third base, right?
And we got some new food. We got new patches. We got all sorts of stuff going on.
Yeah, the other thing I tried yesterday, I didn't even mention this earlier, shame on me, was I tried the corn dog, the blue corn dog.
You mentioned it earlier.
Lyle, you're young. What, do you like Takis?
I don't even know if I know what that is.
What?
I haven't had it.
Lyle, so don't ask Lyle about food. Okay? It's embarrassing.
They're like these, I don't know what you would even, they're like snacks, but they're... Yes.
Oh, like the chips that you can buy at the store, Takis?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I haven't had them.
Okay. Well, they come in like weird flavors, and some of them are super spicy.
You think he's going to put that in his temple of a body?
All right. Anyway,
I ate your steak, Brock.
This has that's not processed. This has blue Taki flavor, like crunched all over the cheese and corn dog.
Yeah,
it sounds gross.
It's part of the batter. You think part of the batter?
No, it was put on top. Like first there was the corn dog.
Yes.
Then the cheese.
And then the taki.
And then the taki,
which is blue.
Like bright blue. I'll send you a picture. Okay. It looks gross. It tasted really good. I don't know what else to tell you.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
I've been kind of talking about it throughout the morning. NFL rule changes revealed yesterday. Brock and I both very much in agreement that they should change the penalty for defensive holding and or illegal contact in order to make them 5 yards, but not an automatic first down. The tush push is the one that's getting all of the press because people just love this debate. Here's Booger McFarland.
There's been no data that's come out and said that this play is dangerous from a health and safety standpoint. So why are we getting rid of it? Because most of the NFL can't stop it? Okay, go out, practice it, get better. Like the play's open to everybody. If you can't stop it, why don't you implement it yourself on your team? So I think this is a legal play. This is a good play. For those who are crying, get rid of it. I got one thing to say to you. Get better at it, defend it. If you can't defend it, then maybe you should try doing it yourself. Every coach out there, shame on you for wanting to get rid of a play that's been successful just because you can't stop it.
Yeah, you can't defend. You can't practice it. Sorry, Booger. You know, in our lifetime, when you and I played back in our day, you could practice it. You could leverage it. You could put pads on. You could do those things. Can't do it anymore. Can't hit and practice. Get like 4 padded practice all training camp. Can't do it. Don't get the opportunity to even practice against it if you want to do that. So,
but why are they so good at it? Why can't other teams be good at it?
Well, their personnel is built for that.
Right. Well, okay. Well, other teams are good at other things.
No, there's not many QBs that squat 650 pounds. There's just not.
But so he has other disadvantages. There's not every quarterback can throw the ball 100 yards, but like they all have different skills.
Yeah.
If one is too accurate, should we say you're not allowed to make pinpoint passes anymore? No more back shoulder throws because, it's too hard to defend?
I would not, honestly, I would not mind the play. It is just the immediate push that you gain. I would not mind it at all. You can still push a player forward. I don't mind that. But it's putting that guy in at the immediate snap. So just tweak it. And maybe that's what they will do, is they'll just tweak it just a little bit. You can't have somebody right behind the quarterback pushing instantaneously with the snap. He takes the snap, then all of a sudden that running back comes over. You at least give that defense an opportunity to leverage a little bit better.
All right. Seahawks rework the contract for Shannon Drayer. They save a whole bunch of money, $9 million in cap space. So we'll see.
Gosh, they got a lot of cap space.
It sure seems like they do. They're going to use some of that to make the offensive line better.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
The Boston Celtics have been sold for $6.1 billion.
So what does that mean in Seattle?
I don't know. What do you think it means? I mean, look, the good news for people who are excited for the Sonics is that it is a barrier that has now been crossed, right? One of the barriers for this happening timing-wise was that the Boston Celtics sale popped up kind of out of nowhere, kind of unexpectedly.
And that's got to give all these owners across the league kind of like a house being sold, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like now we got even more valuation on one end of it. Here's the most valuable in the history, by the way, of North American sports. I'm sure whomever is wanting to buy the Sonics probably does not love that number.
Not excited.
Nope. But
although,
expansion
if
fees,
it's David Bonderman, he also had their family had a piece of the Celtics, so he made some decent coin off this as well.
Because remember, what did you say it was bought for? $360
million in 2002.
This century, it was bought for $360 million.
Yeah.
22 years later, it was sold for $6.1 billion.
Yeah, that's pretty good. You can see why these guys would like to get into the sports ownership business.
Mm-hmm.
So, again, I think it's probably, mixed bag, but mostly good news in terms of the timing.
Because that business had to be settled.
That's right. Yeah, that needed to be figured out, and now it has been. Hockey, the Kraken lose yesterday. They played a really terrible start to that game. Let up 3 goals just in the first 4.5 minutes. It was not pretty. They were ripped by the TNT crew. John Forslund joined me this morning at 6:30. He ripped them as well. I mean, he
didn't hold back. Huh?
He did not hold back at all. He was really mad about the way they played last night.
Would you say that's been the most blunt team media member in 16 years that we've ever heard?
He's pretty blunt.
Yeah.
He is pretty blunt. There's no doubt. Let's see. UW women will face Columbia today, Brock, 4 o'clock in Chapel Hill, North Carolina, the play-in game. And has the tournament started yet?
In like an hour.
Okay.
You get your bracket in, dude? Seriously.
Not got my bracket.
Will you be a team player? Everybody else in the building has got it in.
Did
Just
you get yours
autofill.
in?
Yes, I had mine in.
Can't somebody autofill it for me?
Oh, my gosh.
Wow.
I'm busy. I'm hosting a radio show at the moment. I have something to do. We've got guests canceling.
It takes you 10 seconds.
And are you looking for a new one?
No.
Autofill.
I'm looking for other ways to replace that time.
Autofill.
That's everything you need to know. 1/4 every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. I actively don't want to fill out a bracket. I'm protesting. Until people start filling out women's brackets at the same level as men's brackets, I'm out. I'm not doing it as a protest.
Nice.
Petition! Petition! Not doing it. I'm not doing it out of protest. Why wasn't I given a women's bracket to fill out? I'll fill that out.
Okay.
And then you can fill out the other bracket, and we'll see who does better. How's that? I'm out. I'm not doing it until there's women's brackets to fill out. Don't glare at me, Maura. I can feel your stare from the other room. I'm just saying. I'm not going to do it. All right, I got all these great questions for Matt Miller, but he can't join us today.
Well, you can ask me. You can ask me a lot of them. If
I can ask you some of these. Okay, fine. I'm going to ask you some of my Matt Miller draft questions.
That'd be great.
I've got some draft-related
sound
that I want to play you.
Yes, I want to do that.
And then
I'm sending you the women's bracket, by the way.
Okay, good. I'll fill it out. And then I've got 2. And then I'll tell Kyle, I made a mistake. I assumed that we were doing the women's brackets because they're more interesting. We're an ESPN affiliate. Obviously, it's on ESPN.
I mean, we actually have a vested interest in that, like a familial, personal
Go
interest
Pokes.
in
I got
that
them
one.
going all the
Yes.
way. Exactly.
Don't do that.
I also have some other sound, Brock, that I found last night. That
is this another one of your randos?
Yeah, it's kind of I found rando sound for you. So we'll do all that next on Brock and Salk.
Opening day is almost here, and we're sending one of you and a friend to experience it like never before.
Swing and a drive, deep to left field.
With front row access to all the opening day ceremonies, from player introductions to Ichiro's ceremonial first pitch, all from the field. To enter, just open the Seattle Sports app, then click on the Win tab. If you don't already have the app, simply text app to 866-979-3776, and we'll send you a link to download. Enter daily to increase your chances to win. This contest runs through Friday, March 21st.
Hey, Mike Salk here, and as we are starting to talk about what the spring is and then eventually thinking about the summer, it's easy to start dreaming of those nice warm days, and you want to make this summer the one to remember. You want to look and feel your absolute best. If you start now, you can accomplish that goal before Memorial Day weekend. That's what I did. It took 45 days. That's what it takes. You can lose almost a pound every day. I lost 35 in total with Eastside Weight Loss Clinic, and I'll tell you what, secret, not that hard. Not that difficult. It really isn't, because you're eating healthy, delicious meals that you make for yourself. You buy it at the grocery store, and the pounds will absolutely melt off. No pills, no injections, no side effects, nothing like that. I know you can do this. 15-minute call. It's all it takes. No obligation. Schedule it right now at eastsideweightlossklinik.com. You've got nothing to lose other than all the extra weight. Again, go to eastsideweightlossklinik.com. Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
On March 28th,
a 19-year-old girl was kidnapped. I'm gonna bring her home.
Jason Statham is a working man.
Where's the girl? You a cop? You wish I was a cop.
From the director of The Beekeeper.
This is human trafficking.
When you do this, you better go full on.
Is that a grenade?
Yep.
You ain't a cop. You're a working man.
That's right. Time to get to work.
A working man. Rated R. Under 17. Not admitted without parent. Only in theaters March 28th.
March is here, and Toyota of Renton and Toyota of Kirkland have teamed up to take away your car buying madness. At Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, they have the widest selection of new and certified used inventory and the largest savings in the region. Now that's a slam dunk. The all-star staff at Toyota of Renton and Kirkland will assist you with a test drive, and you can score that car the very same day. Come see for yourself or visit online at toyotaofrenton.com or toyotaofkirkland.com.
O'Brien. When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Opening day is just days away, and we want to send you and a friend to experience it like never before. Get front row access to the opening ceremonies, player introductions, the first pitch, and more, all from the field. To enter, just open the Seattle Sports app and hit the Win tab for all the details. You can enter once per day, so the more you enter, the better your chances. This contest runs through March 21st. Seattle Sports, home of the Mariners, and your home for opening day.
Play ball! We are Seattle Sports, the home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Watch your favorite show live at seattlesports.com.
It's the World Fighting Championships at Emerald Queen Casino Event Center. Saturday night, May 10th. Experience the thrill of live MMA, boxing, Muay Thai, and kickboxing. Tickets at emeraldqueen.com. Don't miss this exciting mixed martial arts event. The World Fighting Championships, May 10th at Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest. 21 and older, need gambling help? Call 800-547-6133 or visit emeraldqueen.com.
The future is here, so why is your internet stuck in the past? With Quantum Fiber Internet, you can get next-level multi-gig speed on a reliable fiber network. Fair and honest pricing with no annual contracts or bundling required. And whole home 360 Wi-Fi to make sure your devices are ready to take you where you want to go. So you can stream, post, game, surf, like, and love to your heart's content. You do you. Let Quantum Fiber Internet take care of the rest. Learn more at quantumfiber.com. Limited availability, service, and speed in select locations only.
The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto Family.
Hello. Welcome to Lee Johnson Auto Family. This is King. This organization's a special one. They call it the Lee Johnson Auto Family, and it's not just a name. It's not just some cliche. They foster an environment for us to become a family, to work together, to really become close, and they show us in a lot of different ways that they do value us. Is it perfect? No place is. But I've been very thankful to be here in the almost 10 years and have every plan to stay here for a lot longer and just watch it continue to grow.
He's fun and professional, which explains why so many people visiting Lee Johnson Kia ask for him by name. The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto Family.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Well, we were supposed to talk to Matt Miller. He has been felled
Salk
by this stomach bug.
Salk.
What?
I don't know how to do this right. Do this well.
What?
Like, you're a good friend to me. When I may say something inappropriate, you're a great friend. I was telling this guy just yesterday, Pick tied us up, and it's old NFL QB. We were chatting, and he has a certain hatred for an individual that I don't anymore. But I said, oh, man, Jim Mora hated me. In fact, if you want to Google it, some good sound of him ripping me. And yet my friend Mike's there, man. My friend Salk, first text after that happens, I got your back, dude. I've said it to a lot of people. You're very loyal. I mean, loyal to the end. And, every once in a while we're friends, and we got to pick each other up.
Okay, so what did I do?
No, I'm going to pick you up right now.
All right.
I'm going to pick you up.
I appreciate that. Although now I'm nervous, I will admit.
Well, you should be a little nervous.
Why am I? What did I do?
And you may have to rip this guy. You may have to send him a text or give him a call afterwards and be like, bro, if you don't want to be a part of the show, just tell us. But don't lie.
Yeah.
Don't lie to me. Like Matt Miller's out there tweeting where he's going to dinner tonight. Like he's how bad of a norovirus could this man really have? What did he just tweet minutes ago, Maura? What did this man who's supposed to join us? What did Matt Miller tweet?
He asked about Missouri Pro Day tomorrow, so he asked if he should go to Shakespeare's tonight. Maybe he doesn't want to put it out there that he has norovirus. Now you just did, Brock.
Well, Salk did earlier. He was supposed to come on. He can't come on because he's fighting some bug, and yet he's thinking about some Shake Shack in Missouri Pro Day. I don't like this, Salk. I don't like this one bit.
What do you think we should do about it?
I got your back. You tell me what you want me to do. You want me to find him?
Not
Hunt
really.
him down like Liam Neeson?
No.
Okay, I will.
I don't think so.
I'll do that for you.
He's been good to us, Matt Miller. Let's give
Matt's
him the benefit
been really
of the
good
doubt.
to us. I don't know. I feel like I'm not going to rip him.
Well, good. I just did.
Maybe you just don't want to put it all over Twitter that you're sick, so you're trying to pretend like everything's normal.
Yeah, I'm going to stick with Matt. I like him. He's a good guest.
Good, I hope so. Hope he comes back. That's all I got to say.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like we need him more than he needs us. So I'll be nice to him.
DJ's back in 2 weeks, baby.
I know, but
you want me to go after Matt? I'll go after Matt.
I don't want you to go after Matt. I like him. He's good. He's a fun guest.
Then ask me whatever you got. Go ahead, fire my way.
Some of the questions I had for Matt.
And then I do want to play this Lewis Riddick and Mel Kiper.
All right, what would be an A+ draft for the Seahawks at 18? What would be an F? I think Bump and Stacy asked a similar question yesterday
to
about
Rob
this.
Staten.
Yeah, and I thought it was an interesting one. I hadn't thought about that, so I'm stealing it from them because it was good. What about? I'm borrowing it. I'm not stealing. I'm just borrowing it from.
An A+ would be you trade 18 down to 25, and because somebody's got to come up to 18 and get the receiver they love, or Jackson Dart, or just somebody's got to come up and they hand you Salk next year's first round pick. How about that?
That's an A+.
How about I play to my audience right there?
Yeah.
And they give you next year's first round pick to go 7 picks down, and you still get that guard from Ohio State. You still get quite possibly Gray Zabel. I know on some mocks he was there gone at 16. Others he's in the second round. But you trade out of 18 down in the mid-20s and still get your starting guard and next year's.
Yeah, you're right. That would be an A+. That would be an A+.
I'll tell you what,
that is the A+.
That's
scenario.
the A+. And I'll tell you what an A is.
Okay.
A is you trade from 25 and you get their 50th and their yet again another third. So you add now 7 picks in the top 100 instead of just 5. So again, that would be an A for me. An A+ would be next year's first.
Great answer.
Thank
Hey,
you.
what a that's an A+ answer to that question.
That's just plain to your eyes.
I mean, fine, but I mean, whatever. You may struggle to do that during trash takes, but that was A+ work by you.
And if
right
Booker
there.
is there, and Booker's stock is starting to fall a little bit because he ran 5.4, and he may not be as twitchy, but man, is he powerful, strong, a voice, a leader that you desperately need, and you can get him at 25. Then again, sign me
It's
up.
pretty good. All right, so that's an A. What would be an F?
Tedderoma McMillan.
Taking a wide receiver at 18 is an F, right?
Yeah. I don't think any of these guys are worthy. Somebody at Texas who had to emerge in the second half of a season, and he did, and it's not ripping him, but that's not first round pick with the needs that you have on your roster. Tedderoma McMillan ran. He tweeted out 4.48. He was super happy because he knows very few guys. Daniel Jeremiah tweeted this, that over the last 12 years, there's been one receiver taken in the top 15 that ran in the 4.5s. It's just very difficult. And he, and DJ scouts and all the people that he knows and trusts, this kid was 4.52 to 4.55. Jump out of the gym, a super athletic guy, not the most physical and not the twitchiest, not Mike Evans. When I watched Mike Evans in college, because that was the only other guy who ran 4.52. When I watched Mike Evans, I'm like, yeah, that's a dude. That is a dude's dude. Up against four guys.
Mike Williams.
No, Mike Evans at Texas A&M.
Oh, okay.
With Johnny Manziel.
That Mike Williams, I think,
he was the other one. I think that was in
run.
2012. That was a little before.
Okay,
yes.
got it.
So, Mike Williams and Mike Evans were the two guys in that range. Both of them unbelievably more physical. Mike Williams never really worked at the next level. Mike Evans certainly has. I don't see T-Mac in that regard. That would be an F for me.
It's an F- is if you do what the Vikings did a few years ago and you fail to make your draft pick and you end up just having to drop to 19.
That'd be tough.
That's the F- right there.
So there's A+, there's
How
F.
crazy is it that happened, by the way?
Yeah, that's pretty wild.
That was wild.
Yeah.
They just didn't make it. They forgot. Couldn't
Well,
get
they
it in
just
on
know
time.
they were deliberating. They were
I
taking
know.
trade calls. They were doing all that, and somebody else snuck right on in.
Pretty crazy.
Uh-huh.
Another question I would have had for Matt Miller, and we'll ask him maybe next week. Of the various offensive linemen we've talked about that would actually be available. So I'm going to take Membu off this.
Yeah,
he's not going to be available.
Yeah.
It's just not going to happen. Of the guys we've talked about, who was the best? Who was the best and the best fit for this team to draft in the offensive line?
Yeah, I mean, the question is, and Mel Kiper hit on this over the weekend, and we played, I think, some of the sound earlier. He went with did he go with the safety for the Seahawks at 18? I think he did,
Yes.
right? And he said, well, I could have gone Kelvin Banks. The question is, do you want to, and do you believe you want to take one of these college tackles? Bow from Missouri, that'd be probably second round. This Kelvin Banks kid from Texas would be in that range here at 18. Do you want to take a kid, a tackle, and slide him in? Or do you want to take a guy that's been a guard? Do you want to take Booker? Do you want to take Jackson? Do you want to take, Gray Zabel? Do you want to take a guy that's lived in that world?
All right, so tell me what the difference would be. What is the upside and downside of each of those options?
So obviously when you have played left tackle, even in college, you have played out on an island. You have played in more space. So think of it as a perimeter wing player in defense and basketball. You're out there, right? And you've got to stay in front and you've got to guard. And sometimes if you're going to switch that screen, you've got a big out there on a guard, right? And you've got to be able to still function and cover that player in basketball. Well, a left tackle has got to do a lot of the stuff. You got a lot more space. Don't have a tight end on your right side as you typically do at right tackle. Right, you're not in the phone booth at guard and center where you got bodies around you and less space to operate. You're out there on an island, and you're blocking difference makers. And this kid in the SEC did this year. And I saw Kelvin as a true freshman, one of the few true freshmen in the history of Texas's program. 5-star kid out of high school, slide in there at left tackle, and play really, really well, high level. Now, the concern is at the NFL level, not the longest arms. So the concern and the reason you would kind of do that is golly, every little inch matters in playing left tackle. Like, you got to get your hands on that guy at this level or you're in trouble. And the length that you face at the NFL level is even that much greater than what you saw even at the SEC level.
So I mean, guards obviously been playing the position, but should I assume that if they're guards in
usually
college,
a little more powerful, right?
just-
So you got in Booker a guy much more physically stout, 340 to 370 pounds that he has been.
I maybe assume that if you were playing guard in college, you just aren't as good.
I think you can make some of that assumption. You don't move quite as well, and he didn't. He ran 5'4" instead of 5 flat or 4'9". But you don't have to run 4'9" or 5 flat to play guard. But you better be stout. You better still be athletic. You better have great hands, right? And you know, you better have a lot of those tools. And it's one thing Daniel Jeremiah said. Remember, we talked to him a few weeks ago, and we'll do all of this with him multiple times leading up to the draft, starting, 2 weeks from yesterday when we get him the whole month of April and after the draft. He said the biggest mistake, looking back in his years that he has made, is on the offensive line, and even more so, kind of discounting some of that power and anchor ability that you got to have to play guard at the NFL level. And when you're blocking these guys, right, these unbelievably powerful dudes that you got to block it. When you're blocking Leonard Williams, you better have something to you, man. Right? You better not only have some level of athleticism.
College tackles have something to them, don't they? I mean,
they do. They do. Now.
Maybe that's why the guy from Ohio State is a little intriguing to me because
Donovan Jackson?
Yeah, because he played guard, but also was able to go to tackle when they needed him. That has always sort of stuck with me. Again, I'm not capable of judging the difference between Donovan Jackson and Gray Zabel, or I'm just not capable of it. I'm not going to pretend that I am.
And I'm not going to say that I've watched every snap of those guys, nor is that my job.
That jumps out to me as something that seems telling. Like, okay, well, he's got a little of both of those things that I like, some of that versatility, but without that being his calling. For whatever reason, that has made me nervous about Gray Zabel, is just the constant talking about his versatility. Yeah. It makes me feel, I'm not saying this is the reality, but it makes me feel anyway as if, well, his strength is his versatility, which almost discounts all of the other possibilities.
Right.
I think
if
I'd
you're
like
that elite at something, give me something so elite at something I can't possibly move you.
And I think it's great that he can do those things, but like that feels like Dylan Moore. Like, it's okay to not be that versatile as long as you're great at catching, like Cal Raleigh.
Remember, like he was a North Dakota State 2-star guy, had to develop a little bit of a later bloomer. His ceiling wasn't hit when he was a 5-star, like Kelvin Banks was.
It's not like any of these things are. Like that doesn't like cross him off my list or anything. It's just like, well, it's something that is for whatever reason made me lean maybe a little bit more towards Donovan Jackson.
I'll tell you what, man, the thing, and then you got to also kind of look at fit and your system and your style, and trust all of these decision makers, all the institutional knowledge they have in doing this. Say this about Gray: 6'6", 310, and jumping 37 inches.
Pretty good.
Not many humans do that.
And dominating, obviously, at the Senior Bowl. So I'm not trying to, X him out. Just,
Sounds like it.
No, I'm really not. Stop it. Would you stop making the overreactions to everything I say?
No, people tend to like when I do that.
No, I don't care for it.
I mean, you don't like it, but I think the audience likes it.
How's that? I'm more done with that than I am with Gray Zabel. I'll tell you that much.
Now, get to the quarterbacks.
All right,
please.
that was the next question I was going to ask Matt Miller if he were here. I was going to ask him about these quarterbacks and then maybe even play him this cut from Louis Riddick.
Jackson Dart and Tyler Shuck, they are legit prospects, and they have a lot of backing behind them and a lot of sponsorship behind them in terms of their program saying these guys are program builder type of players, especially Jackson Dart, who Lane Kiffin raved about how instrumental he was in the NIL era of helping them build the football team that they had in 2024, which we know didn't meet expectations, but were a damn good football team. Tyler Shuck is the one. Okay, this is the one to pay attention to.
Talk that noise.
Look, his injury history going back to Oregon and Texas Tech really are freak type of injuries. Look, those are the kind of things that are not indicative of someone being injury prone. That's just called being in the wrong place at the wrong time. Right. We played a game. We know how that goes. This cat can throw the rock, though. And he's 6'4", 230 pounds and ran 4.6 at the combine.
Broken collarbone. Couple different times. Kind of, to Lewis's point, kind of freakish. You know what I'd be really bad at? So, like, the longer we do this, know thyself, you know what I'd be really bad at in that room? I'd be really bad at having a bias of comparison. because I find myself like Bo Nix is Jackson Dart. There's a lot of similarity there, right? Opposite, Bo had to go west, young man, away from the plains of Opelika, Alabama to Eugene, Oregon. Jackson had to go east, young man, away from L.A. to Oxford, Mississippi. 6'2". Bo's a little better athlete, a little bit better, but Jackson ran for a ton of yards, super physical guy, 220 pounds. Both of their arms are just fine. They're not extraordinary, but they're just fine. And both have been through some stuff. You know, it got a little bit of grit to them, overcome a little bit of failure. You know, they did it differently. Jackson from the Pac-12 to the SEC, Bo from the SEC to the Pac. But there's a lot of similarity there. And then Shuck is a lot like Penix. He's old. He's been beat up. He's been brittle. He moved around a bunch. Now, he didn't take a team to a national title like Michael Penix did and ultimately go number 8. But he was a pretty productive dude there at Louisville. And he'll be 26 next fall.
Should we be talking at all about the kid from Syracuse?
McCord?
Yeah. No?
I mean, yeah, he's just not very. You wouldn't like him because he can't move.
Well, I'm out.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't. All right. Let's not talk about him anymore.
Good arm.
If he can't move, I'm out.
Accurate, but he's
your
not.
Jalen Milroe comment from earlier today of like, hey, Milroe in the 4th could at least give you the same Joe Milton type of experience.
Take
like
a lottery ticket.
That's much more interesting to me than just because of the running
McCord
ability.
just doesn't create, doesn't move real well. Size 17 shoes kind of scare me. So yeah.
Well, thank you for
You're
being
welcome.
a reasonable facsimile for Matt Miller. We'll ask him some of these same questions when he does join us when he's not sick. We got Here's the Thing at 9 o'clock, about 15 minutes from now. I want to go through some roster conversation with the Mariners at 9:30. I got a couple of things I wanted to play for you. 2 things that I heard last night, and I thought you might find one or both of these things interesting. One was a new way of looking at a game that I'd never thought of, and the other is something actually we've spent a lot of time talking about, but it feels like it's becoming a little bit more mainstream. Let me play you this first. This is Pedro Martinez talking about a way he would learn what hitters were looking for.
Batters want the ball to be thrown to them or the power alley. You have to look at how they wiggle the bat around the strike zone. And they will let you know where they hit the ball, where most of the time they would like it to be thrown so that they can really juice it out. And that's what I went to figure out. I went to see everybody, and it's funny because I don't think they're conscious that they're doing that, but they're showing you the path that they have where they want the ball to be a low fastball hitter. Guys that want the fastball, low, middle in. This is another guy. See how he wiggles? There he bumps. Dangerous on the inner part. You drop it low, middle in, sweet spot. Edgar, he's letting you know where he wants the ball. Out over the plate, over the middle.
I thought it was fascinating. He talked about Mike Trout. There's a few others in there. And there's some video that goes with it where he's basically saying, hey, Mike Trout, we all know Mike Trout's a low ball hitter. But when you watch Trout just take his little warm-up swings, right, just his little half swings, they're all low, right in that exact sweet spot of where his swing is. And he went through some of the other greats, Barry Bonds. You heard Edgar Martinez. There's a couple other guys in there. That had never dawned on me. And I thought it's almost like an interesting poker tale that hitters may have that pitchers, or at least a smart pitcher like Pedro, picked up on at some point.
Yeah, it's a totally different era, right? So when Pedro pitched in the 80s and the 90s, you didn't have the data. You didn't have
90s and 2000s, but yes.
You didn't have the swings, the swing data they have today, the swing path, the barrel path, the barrel rate. You didn't have any of that. So those guys, kind of like golfers of that era,
kind of just had to figure it out.
It was feeling, you figure it out.
Yeah.
And it'd be fascinating to know how much of those wiggles of today actually corresponds to the data of today, right? Does that guy actually? Yeah, you know what? That's pretty much 100% on. Yep, that's pretty much, man. Your eye.
It is sort of a funny
feel.
idea of like all of this data has been, they've got reams and reams of data.
Yep.
Millions of dollars spent trying to figure it out. And Pedro's like, well, you could just also watch how they warm up.
Right.
You don't need any of that. You can just see how the guy warms up and don't throw it there.
Yes.
I don't know. For whatever reason, I saw that last night and it just kind of blew me away and kind of cracked me up as well. So that was one. I thought that was interesting. Here's the other. This is from a guy named Derek Thompson who He's a writer. He does a lot of different stuff, both in the political realm, but also he's interested in sports and data and analytics.
Does he follow you on Twitter and vice versa?
He does not follow me, but I follow him. He's got a new book out. He's an interesting guy.
All right.
I've talked about him before because he wrote the story, I think, in The Atlantic a couple of months ago about how Americans aren't going out as much as they were. Right, and how they're staying at home, and there's really almost a loneliness epidemic, and they're not going to restaurants, they're not meeting in places, and anyway, I think he's a thoughtful person. You may or may not agree with all of his politics, but and I don't even really know what his politics are, but he is a thoughtful human being.
Okay.
Anyway, he was on the Ringer podcast with Bill Simmons, talking about something that you and I have discussed, I feel like, for 5 years, and it's interesting to see other smart people trying to, kind of coming to the same conclusion.
I'm fascinated by what I'm going to call the end of the Moneyball era. It's the era of analytics. And analytics proved so powerful, not just for producing wins, but for changing the game itself. And the sports are going to push back against the nerds. And so in baseball, we're already seeing this, right? We're seeing pitching timers and pitching clocks and bigger bases and fewer defensive shifts. Essentially, we're creating human rules to push back against the mathematical machine. And now in December, and you know much more about this than I do, but Adam Silver on Fox Sports says they're now talking inside the commissioner's office about the fact that there's too much homogeneity in offensive strategies. Math fixed sports in a very specific way. We need all hands on deck to push back against it.
So essentially making the same argument we've talked about for years, which is analytics has been unbelievable for winning, terrible for viewing.
For the product. When everybody in the NBA is shooting threes and dunking the basketball, and is like no fun. It's just that word is what's homogenous.
Yeah,
like everybody's doing the same. Like it's just, this is not an enjoyable product to watch. Like, where is the mid-range jumper? Where is the ability to kind of adapt away from these things? I mean, it's why Luke Raley Salk's going to hit lefties. Okay, I mean, it's that. I'm sure that's where your mind went. When Shannon was saying that this morning.
I mean, a little bit, but like, I don't think that that's what Derek's saying there. He's not saying that that those analytics are bad for winning. He's saying they're so good for winning.
Yes, but what does it do to the aesthetics?
It hurts the product.
To the consumer.
I don't know whether watching Luke Raley hit lefties is necessarily going to be aesthetically pleasing to anybody, but that's a side note and a conversation we'll come back to at 9:30. Yep. I'm with him. I've been saying this for a long time. This has been a pet issue of mine. I totally respect the analytical revolution, the Moneyball revolution in sports. There is a tremendous amount gained from all of that knowledge. Unfortunately, I do believe that a lot of it has come at a cost to the viewer, to the product,
to the
not
fan.
the winning, but to the viewer, the product, the fan, and not the fan of each team, because if your team is doing it, your team has an opportunity to get better.
The fan of the game.
But the fan of the game. Yeah. And I think it's hurt baseball. I definitely think it's hurt basketball. I think it has hurt football, but not quite as much. And you could probably go through hockey and other sports as well. But love the people that are working so hard and so invested in these games to try to get better at it and trying to take what Pedro was doing, right, and quantify it. It's an amazing exercise. Man, does it come with a hidden cost, I think, of a lot of the viewing of these games. All right. At 9:30, we will run through some of the decisions ahead of the Mariners and some of the confusing things Shannon was saying about this roster. It sounded messy, that's for sure. That's coming up in 30. We'll give you Here's the Thing next on Brock and Salk.
Seattle Sports, your home for Bump and Stacy. Weekdays 10 to 2.
Cooper Kupp, does the fit make sense?
Yeah, it does. He still runs good routes. He's never been a burner, so his game kind of ages like fine wine, the same way I described Devontae Adams. He can catch the football. He is smart. He is savvy. He's great in the red zone. He's still got some quicks to his game. You and JSN, you're coming home. The offense is just like it was over there with Sean McVay and them. Why wouldn't you want to go home?
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
So I formed Davis Law Group about 30 years ago, and I would get, the same questions from people about what to do in the case of an accident. Do you need a lawyer? To the point where I decided that I would at least write a book which would answer the common questions that I would receive as a lawyer. Once I wrote my first book, it proved to be hugely popular. I decided to write then a series of books in different accident cases so that we could really teach people about their rights, how to protect them, and how to decide on whether they need a lawyer and what lawyer to hire. I've found in my career that having a client that is educated and knowledgeable about their particular type of case really helps the client and also usually ends up making the case or the claim more successful. To get your free copy of any of my Washington accident books, visit WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
On March 28th,
A 19-year-old girl was kidnapped. I'm gonna bring her home.
Jason Statham is a working man.
Where's the girl? You a cop? You wish I was a cop.
From the director of The Beekeeper.
This is human trafficking.
When you do this, you better go full on.
Is that a grenade?
Yep.
You ain't a cop. You're a working man.
That's right. Time to get to work.
A working man. Rated R. Under 17. Not admitted without parent. Only in theaters March 28th.
Hundreds of vehicles on the ground. 8 dealerships. 14 brands. All in one location. Visit West Hills Autoplex. We have more brands in one location than anywhere else in Washington State. Import or domestic. New or pre-owned. We make finding your perfect vehicle easy. And that means a remarkable car buying experience for you. Skip the hassle with West Hills' streamlined buying experience and feel confident buying from your neighborhood family-owned dealership. West Hills Autoplex, Auto Centerway exit, Highway 3, Bremerton.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
When it comes to great deals on tax prep, Jackson Hewitt isn't holding back, and neither is this commercial. Their offer is so big, it has to be said with Reverb. Expert tax prep for $149 or less. It's a deal so spectacular, it needs a symphony, some explosions, and a clock ticking, because this offer, $149 or less. And soon, one expert tax prep for $149 or less. Try Jackson Hewitt today and save. Whew. Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
Welcome to Staples.
I hear Staples prints it all for any business.
You bet, and we'll beat any print quote.
So if I had a pizza place,
Staples can print signs, menus, pizza boxes.
A landscaping business?
Oh, we can print yard signs, t-shirts, brochures.
How about a pizza/landscaping business? I'll call it Dough and Mo.
I like it.
Right now at Staples, get up to $250 off your print purchase. Ends 4/5 exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for offer details. Price match guarantee valid in store and staples.com/print. Visit staples.com/price match for details.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it.
Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/choice55 to learn more. With AutoPay plus taxes and fees, plus $5 per line without AutoPay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. Motorola Edge on us with 24 monthly bill credits and new line for well-qualified customers, plus tax and $35 per line connection charge. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Heward and Matt Marcus. Sorry about just Mike.
Heward, not exactly Joe Cap there in the pocket.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
All right, let's see. Final hour here, Brock, and we're going to do things a little bit differently. We've got a late version of Here's the Thing, because every day at 8 o'clock leading up to opening day in a week, we have been going through our most intriguing Mariner countdown. So generally on Thursdays at 8, we play some of the messages that have been left for us on our app. If you haven't downloaded the app, shame on you. Please go do that. You can download the Seattle Sports app. And then once you do, in addition to all the great content you get there, you can leave us these little messages, and we put it together and call it Here's the Thing.
Brock Heward doesn't just hate one kid.
I am so disappointed in Michael Salk.
You don't know what you're talking about. You're mindless. Love you, bye.
It's time for Brock and Salk's Here's the Thing.
Okay, here's the thing.
All right, let's see what the people have left for us this week, Brock. We'll start with Jared. I don't think we've heard Jared before.
Wow, here's the thing. I mean, Maura is great at almost everything she does, but Maura, your music taste, yikes, it's bad. It's not good.
I don't really talk about my music taste that much. I can only assume that's because I said the other day that I'm with Lila and not really knowing any Pearl Jam.
I'm sure that's what it is.
And I went,
Maura.
You don't know a lot of 90s rock, I would say. No. That's a weak point in your game.
I know some. I guess I don't think the grunge era,
it didn't speak to you.
The East Coast that I was on at the time.
It didn't speak to you.
I was into more like Biggie and Tupac.
Yeah. You prefer Biggie or Tupac, by the way. This was a debate among some people. My group of four, all four of us preferred Biggie. Where are you on the Biggie Tupac thing?
Yeah, I mean, I grew up on the East Coast, so that's probably But
Tupac.
But I like both.
Oh, all eyes on me. You kidding me?
All right. Hey, here's Daniel.
So here's the thing. Here's Mike Salk. Aaron Rodgers is the worst. He's pathetic. He just wants to be the center of attention. I can't believe people keep giving him the center of attention. I'm never going to talk about him again. Also, Mike Salk. Hey, we're going to talk about Aaron Rodgers again every day. Every day we're going to talk about Aaron Rodgers. Hey, why don't we talk about Aaron Rodgers again? Hey, that way I can say he's pathetic some more. But you know what? Still talking about him.
Yeah, no, I'm guilty. I'm guilty.
Yeah,
I'm guilty.
Dude.
I know.
Be better.
You're right. But I'm probably going to keep doing it because he's just such a yutz.
It's hard not to.
Be better.
Here's Jose.
Here's the thing. I just went to a Starbucks in surprise, and they didn't tell me I was Slay. And I honestly felt a little bit sad about that.
Yeah, sorry, bro.
That must have been a great moment for you. Molly still talking about that?
It's between us.
Okay, good. Wow. I don't think you've ever said that about anything. That's very private of you. Let's go. So Jose's annoyed at you. Matt is annoyed at me.
Here's the thing. My name's Mike Salk, and I've played hockey 2 times, and I'm convinced that hockey players are the best athletes in the world.
Yeah, I am. Maybe not the best athletes. You're right, Brock. I think you corrected me the right way there.
Skilled.
I think the number of things they have to do well is shocking.
Mm-hmm.
And the fact that there's pucks being shot around 100 miles an hour while they're not wearing a face mask is insane.
Mm-hmm.
Those guys are nuts.
Mm-hmm.
All right, that's fair.
Thanks.
You set me on the right path
good.
there.
Jeez, good. Here's the things to start it out.
Let's see what James has.
All right, here's the thing. Every year, you wish everyone Happy St. Patrick's Day. You talk about your visits to Dublin, Ireland, and how great it was, blah, blah, blah. What's a man got to do to get a shout-out? You've one Irish fan. You've one listener here in this whole island. I went in to see you twice. Mike, you weren't there the second time. Jeez, about a shout-out. Sick of hearing about fans in Kent and Yakima or whatever. My God, man. Mike, you also need to get back over here now that you play golf, because we have the best golf courses in the world. You've also probably forgot my name because I'm so meaningless to you. It's James.
I remember James, and shame on us for not bringing him up.
I could listen to him talk all day.
He's great.
I love the accent.
He did come out to see us. He's like this random, huge Brock and Salk fan, lives in Ireland, and he came to visit us. He was great.
Showed out.
He was a nice guy.
He was a great guy.
Yeah, really nice.
Thank you for listening.
In some situations, that could be weird, but it wasn't. He was.
You know
just
what?
nice.
I'm gonna.
I love getting international. Here's the thing, memo.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm gonna I'm gonna do a better job on my shout outs to Kent and Granite Falls to Dublin.
Yeah.
To James over in Ireland. I'm gonna do a better job at that.
Make that
James.
happen.
Mm-hmm.
We'll go from James. Usually Danny gets the last word, but we'll go with Danny here.
Oi. Here's the thing. It's me, your favorite action movie star, Jason Statham. You may remember me from such films as The Italian Job and The Beekeeper, the movie about me, Jason, keeping bees. Here's the rub, though. Why would I, Jason, the main actor to the new movie The Working Man, be calling into a local Seattle sports podcast? For one thing, I know it's not to advert my new movie, The Working Man, coming out the theaters next Friday. I wanted to come in and pitch a new movie. How about I, Jason Statham, play as the new third baseman for the Mariners? The movie will be called The Third Baseman, and I could have some quippy dialogue like, plays it first. Or, you call it a pichu nene? In the tagline to the movie, is that eye black, or did a squid secrete on your face? Time's up for me. But remember to see The Working Man next Friday.
Salk is coughing and crying. He's so good at impressions.
I want to meet that guy.
That's really funny.
I want to meet that guy.
That got me, man. That was funny.
Yeah.
That's good.
You ever see The Beekeeper?
No,
I
don't generally like Jason Statham movies.
I do. I like that guy.
I can't really think of any Jason Statham movie.
He's a new age Liam Neeson.
Yeah, I prefer I prefer the old age Liam Neeson.
All right.
I like actual Liam Neeson. I don't need disc.
Lyle, you seen The
Liam
Beekeeper?
Neeson.
No.
Okay.
What? He's
Lyle's
a beekeeper?
Lyle's mad at me.
No, I'm not.
I could tell Lyle's mad.
I've barely said a word all day.
He's kind of mad at me because boss lady came in and I said, Lyle, make sure your mic's up, and she yelled at him too.
Oh.
Like that was. I get it. That was mean.
Lyle's
He's just been quiet all day. He's been
You
quiet
okay,
all day.
Lyle?
Yeah, what's going on with you? You
You
all
ready to
right?
get off your chest?
Maybe I'm just tired.
That would be a shock.
Yeah,
You don't
that
say.
never happens.
We were asking if anything was different today. Not if it was the same as every other day. Manish Tanaha Lila Hazela.
He really wants Cole. What's his name? I chatted about him the other day.
Kobe Mayo.
Yeah.
Kobe, not
Kobe.
Kobe Mayo.
Kobe's mad.
Oh, I do want him, yeah.
Well, we'll talk about that at 9:30. We got
Okay,
some
all
married
right,
conversation
okay.
to have at 9:30. Here's Zane.
Here's the thing, man. So years ago, I'm trying to smoke some weed before the Pearl Jam concert. And all of a sudden, this goggle-eyed security guard comes up, shining the flashlight in my face, says, put your pipe down. I'm like, I'm not going to put my pipe down, man. He's like, yes, you are, or I will pull you out of here by your ear. And, life went on, man. But I always thought that dude was the actor who played the jock in the movie Napoleon Dynamite. Another blonde, block-headed dude. Well, now it comes to find out that was Brock Heward, the original buzzkill. Brock Heward, man. No sex before marriage and no weed before Pearl Jam, man. Not cool.
I have always thought of those as the two principles of Brock's philosophy.
Buzzkill.
That's good, Zane. That is good.
Which of those two principles do you think you'd stand on more?
Oh, the first.
Yeah, obviously.
Yes.
Yeah, the first is.
That impacts the rest of your marriage, the trust.
Does
the,
it?
The love, the passion. Oh, yeah.
What do you say about the people who...
Next, go
I'm just
next.
curious. No, serious question.
No.
What do you say to people for whom that hasn't affected all
We got to
of
go to
that?
break.
Just a numbers game?
It's a numbers game.
Okay, that's fair. That's a good answer. I just was curious.
Mm-hmm.
All right, here's Ben.
Here's the thing. It's been a week since we signed Cooper Kupp, and I have yet to hear any Richie Loop. In my cup. Yeah,
Stays
in my cup, my cup.
Don't worry, Ben. We got you.
In my cup. In my cup. In my cup. What? In my cup. In my cup. In my cup. Oh! My cup. Oh! My cup.
What is this?
Did I not text this to you guys the day he signed?
It had to have been.
And I had no idea. I didn't click it.
You
I'm
didn't even
sorry.
click on it, Maura. No, like a lot of my stuff.
13,
you don't even
14
care.
years ago,
I didn't
went to
understand the
Vegas.
reference.
I went to Vegas years and years ago, and everywhere we went, we kept hearing the stupid song. This has to be the worst song ever made.
Whoa! You know what? The worst? Get out of your mind.
Maybe the worst lyrics.
And then all of a sudden, the Mariners signed a guy by the name of Mike Carp.
Yeah.
And Mike Carp became my cup.
I think that's
and
true.
And my cup stayed in my cup.
Yeah.
In my cup stayed in my
Anyway.
cup. Mm-hmm.
I
And
don't
he
think
lasts
it's that
about
bad
half a
song.
season.
Oh, the beat's fine, but the lyrics?
Oh.
What's in my cup stays in my cup. My drink is in my cup. What's in my
Sure.
I mean, that's like a freaking nursery rhyme for
Groundbreaking.
children.
It's profound.
No wonder you like it. Let's come right back with
I like
everything
it
you need
too.
to know next on Brock and Salk.
Baseball is back. Julio Rodriguez and the 2025 Mariners are ready to play ball.
God, Julio, home run!
Opening day is just 7 days away.
It's a mentality. It's time to battle. It's time to fight.
Seattle Sports will be live from Soto all day, including Wyman and Bob at Victory Hall from 2 to 6 p.m. Seattle Sports, the home of the Mariners, and your exclusive home for opening day.
Unbelievable.
All right!
Those are the sounds of tax accountants rejoicing after experiencing the power of Blue Jay, the leading generative AI solution for tax research. Tax season is here, and if you're an accounting firm, the pressure is on. Long hours and tight deadlines make this time of year a challenge for even the most seasoned tax professionals. So, tax accountants, here's your solution. Blue Jay, the preferred partner solution of CPA.com for tax research. Ask a complex tax question, and Blue Jay gives you better tax answers in seconds. Save time and maximize your clients' refunds with high-speed, accurate, and intuitive AI technology built with a library of only the most trusted tax resources, updated daily to keep up with changes in tax. For a limited time, save 40% off at bluejay.com/start now. That's BLUE, the letter J.com/start now. Or text BLUE to 511-511. Blue Jay, generative AI for better tax answers. Text BLUE to 511-511 today. Tax fees may apply.
Protein. Everyone is trying to get protein in their diet, but we need fats too. Healthy fat, that is, like the rich, natural peanut and almond butters found at G2G protein bars. Most bars don't have it because, well, most bars aren't real food or refrigerated. Fortunately for you, we aren't most bars. At G2G, you'll find a balanced helping of protein and healthy fat. The fact that they're delicious is just the bonus. They're fast, easy, and perfect for on-the-go families. G2G protein bars. Find them in the refrigerated section at Costco.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
Over the past decade, Washington state politicians have doubled state spending with no improvements to the issues we care about. Instead, we now have the third highest cost of living in the nation and a $12 billion deficit. It's time to tell legislators we need better results, not bigger taxes. Act now at affordablewashington.org. Paid for by people for an affordable Washington and Olympia, Washington. Top 5 donors are Washington Alliance for Competitive Economy, Microsoft, Madrona, T-Mobile, and Alaska Air.
Can you take the power of your home internet almost anywhere? Well, with Xfinity, you can. Do more of what you love in the places you go the most with internet and mobile together. Xfinity built a network that's 99.99% reliable. Plus, Xfinity Mobile has Wi-Fi Power Boost, giving you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. Get the same reliable network in the places you need the most. The coffee shop, the grocery store, or the game. All to power more of what you love, whether you're a gamer, streaming, or work from home. Whatever you're into, you'll love how fast you can do it with Xfinity Internet and Mobile. And now through April 21st, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and one unlimited mobile line together for $25 a month for 1 year with no annual contract. And save $1,000 in your first year over Verizon and AT&T. Plus, ask how to get a free premium 5G phone. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra after promo. Regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary. Savings compared to Verizon 5G, Internet plus one unlimited welcome line, and AT&T Internet 300 plus one unlimited starter SL line. Xfinity Internet required. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
Getting engaged? At Shane Company, dream engagement rings are our specialty. We have the most beautiful natural and lab-grown diamonds, hand-picked in every price range, ready to compare side by side. Shop online at shaneco.com or in store. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Baseball is back. Opening day is just 7 days away. Seattle Sports will be live from Soto all day, including Wyman and Bob at Victory Hall from 2 to 6.
Just Cause Legal knows the value of standing up for what's right. If you've been involved in a car crash, Just Cause Legal is here to fight for you with an aggressive team dedicated to securing the compensation you deserve. Just Cause Legal makes the process as painless as possible. Don't wait. Time is critical. Get the help needed today. Visit justcauselegal.com or call 253-859-8899 and meet your legal lifesavers. Just Cause Legal. Fighting for you.
Window Nation customers have been singing our praises for years. With fast, local service and an industry-leading 96% customer satisfaction rating, it's no wonder.
I researched window companies for the last year to see what the average prices were and the quality of work. Window Nation nailed both.
Get 2 windows free with every 2 you buy. Pay no interest for 2 full years. Hurry, this offer ends soon. Schedule a free estimate now. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. That's 866-90-NATION.
You're free now. Free to stream beyond your wildest dreams.
Rom-coms, slasher-coms, space operas.
Free to fill your feed with impossibly chonky chonkers.
Cats, corgis, babies on demand.
Free to make your smart devices do silly things.
Bowl of chips on the Robo-Vacuum.
Free to open a world of remote work and Gametopia.
Who's the boss now?
Free to be everything you imagine. That's how it feels to have Quantum Fiber Internet. Your world unleashed. Learn more at quantumfiber.com.
Limited availability, service in select locations only. March is here, and Toyota of Renton and Toyota of Kirkland have teamed up to take away your car buying madness. At Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, they have the widest selection of new and certified used inventory and the largest savings in the region. Now that's a slam dunk. The all-star staff at Toyota of Renton and Kirkland will assist you with a test drive, and you can score that car the very same day. Come see for yourself or visit online at toyotaofrenton.com or toyotaofkirkland.com.
O'Brien.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Oh, nice to see the Mariners get a win yesterday in one of their final preseason games. They don't have that many more spring training games, Brock. Cactus League just about done, and they're going to be heading back here. What do they have? I think 4 more games?
So they're off today, right?
Yep.
They'll play Friday, I think a split squad over the weekend, one of the games, or maybe even tomorrow. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's it.
I think that's it.
And they are on the road Tuesday.
Yeah, back home here for Thursday night's opener against the A's.
Here we go.
Yesterday, you got a home run from Polanco, home run from Crawford. You got a nice defensive play, Brock.
Thornton is set. Here's the pitch. Swung on line, drive center field. It's hanging up. Mastrobuoni comes in, goes to a dive, and makes the catch. A tumbling catch by Miles Mastrobuoni, making the grab. And that's the first out here in the 7th.
I play that just because defense has been in short supply so far. And, you know, he's in a roster battle, I think, for the last spot with Leo Rivas.
I feel like the outfield defense, Rayleigh's made some plays.
Yeah,
guys have run
okay.
some things down.
Even last Montez looked okay.
By the way, our guy Montez, did you see him on his double the other day? There was a bit. He can run a little bit.
He's fine. I know.
It's
I
not
don't
like
understand.
his thighs are too big for his knees.
Every time he did not look like I thought he would look. When we saw him down there, that was one of the more eye-opening things of like, man, this guy can run. He looked fine. He looked perfectly athletic. Like he could run around. I don't know. He's
not a dynamic athlete, but he's not a slug.
No, that's exactly right. I would agree with that 100%.
He's not Jesus Montero.
Not even a little
Bless his
bit.
heart, who the first time I watched him run, Lyle, I said it then, and I stood by it now. It was a proclamation of proclamations. This guy will never fit. He'll never play.
Well,
I don't care how bad an athlete you can be. When you run worse than Boy Howdy, you're not going to make it. You're not going to make it. And he never made it, unfortunately.
Well, I think Laz Montez is too nice to ever one day go after a scout. In the
You don't think he'll
stands, so.
hurl an ice cream sandwich at a scout at any point?
I don't think so. He's too nice for that.
What is the story behind that?
Boy Howdy did that? I don't remember that. When did Boy Howdy do that?
Boy Howdy did also not throw any ice cream. You think Howdy would let the ice cream get away?
No.
There's no chance.
No.
If somebody else hurled an ice cream sandwich at a scout, Howdy would walk over, pick up the ice cream off the ground. And still eat the ice cream that had already been in somebody else's hand and cup. In my cup? In their cup. I don't know. Let's move it along here.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
I've been talking throughout the day about the proposals for NFL rule changes. I love this deal from the Lions. So does Brock. It would eliminate an automatic first down for defensive holding or illegal contact. Yes, please.
Yeah.
This just makes sense. Like it is constantly aggravating.
It's too punitive.
Especially, I mean, you said 3rd and 8. How about when it's like 3rd and 12, 3rd and 18?
That's right.
And then like there's some chintzy little,
and I bet you if you did
away from the play.
And they'll do this. And by the way, this is presented at the owners' meeting. Who knows? Probably not going to get enough votes. It's the first time anybody's heard of any of it. But it'll get presented at the owners' committee. May go to the competition committee, and they'll dig into it a little bit more. I would love to know how many times, and they can easily figure this out, how many times that's been called away from the actual throw and the receiver.
Yeah.
Like where it's not even in any way impeding and affecting. Yes, it's a penalty.
It should be. And
it's a 5-yard penalty.
Yes. But why is that a first
Automatic first down? Stupid.
Really doesn't need to be. And by the way, if it's 3rd and 3 and you commit that penalty, first down. As it should be.
That's right.
Right? I mean, like, that's a totally legit deal. You've worked to get it to 3rd and 3.
And if it's 3rd and 8, it becomes 3rd and 3, and you can run the ball. It's still punitive.
100%.
But automatic first down? Come on.
Ridiculous. Totally agree. Green Bay wants to ban the tush push, and the Eagles want the overtime rules to go from not just the postseason.
So the difference in the postseason is both teams get it even if a touchdown scored. In the regular season, you score a touchdown, game's over.
Right. So why not keep it the same?
I don't hate it. That's fine.
Okay, good. I'm glad to know.
I can live with that.
This has been one of the bigger battles we've had over the years.
And I'm willing to die on that hill.
Are you?
I'm too old.
You're not willing to die on that hill.
I'm not willing to die on that hill.
I think you mean the opposite of
whatever.
Okay.
In my cup.
Seahawks rework the Jenna Nwosu gets his contract restructured. Seahawks save themselves $9 million in cap space.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Off the rails here
March
late
Madness.
this morning.
Tip it off.
Yeah, there is madness.
Here we go.
Kraken with a couple bad minutes last night, Brock, and it cost them the game, that's for sure. You want to hear some sound? I told you that John Forslund was very, very honest and blunt about what he saw last night and what he's seen all year with the Kraken. This was John Forslund on last night's game, which he was not calling. It was on TNT. He just watched this game.
That game last night, to me, was embarrassing for the Kraken. I don't understand, their start. I don't understand when you're trying to gain some traction, you're trying to get to the way Dan Bilesma wants them to play, on the attack, moving the puck quickly up the ice, being a force in the offensive zone. What happens next? Well, to me, it's the same situation that's plagued the team all season. It's in the defensive zone. It's sorting out through the middle of the ice on the way back defensively. These are the things they haven't been able to fix for whatever reason. I don't really know what the reasons are, but I do know that it needs to be addressed, and they need to be better because they were a better defensive team the first 3 seasons than they've been this year.
It's pretty pointed, huh?
Not holding back, boss.
Not even a little bit. Speaking of not holding back, the checkbook was opened. The Boston Celtics sell for $6.1 billion. Most ever for a North American sports franchise. Obviously going to start to set quite the market. Quite the comps for what will eventually be an expansion franchise.
What are those Seahawks then worth with Lumen Field that they own? And, what are the Mariners now worth, Salt? Right, what are these baseball organizations now worth this? I mean, that's got to be one that lifts all boats. Right,
it does. Yeah, I don't know. Again, basketball has a national money-making
their new deal is enormous.
Right, and they've got a market, a plan that works, a strategy. Baseball, again, is such ties to local sports as opposed to national that I
was listening to our buddy Cowherd yesterday, too. You know what else is troubling? That's everything you need to know, by the way. Thank you, Lyle. You know what else is a little bit troubling? I was listening to Cowherd, and he said, man, ESPN walking away, right? Sunday Night Baseball, walking away from baseball. And if baseball had its way and its druthers, and this is such a Cowherd thing, but he's right. Like if baseball could hand select, say, okay, well, how do we rise all the boats? How do we elevate ourselves? Let's make sure the Dodgers are great. Are the Dodgers great? The Dodgers are great. Make sure the Yankees are really relevant and great. Are the Yankees relevant? Yeah, the Yankees are relevant and great. Even the Mets in that market. And let's make it the Cubs. The Cubs are actually interesting and spending money, and they've got a chance to be good. Like all the teams, and throw in a Dallas market as well. Like all of the markets that you would want, their teams are relevant and in some ways flourishing and spending, and yet it's not affected the national viewing audience. It just has become such a regionalized deal.
Yeah.
And I don't know how you pull out of that and make it once again what you and I had growing up, where you heard the jingle for Sunday Night Baseball, and it was like Pavlov's dogs.
I don't think you do. I don't think you can. I honestly think that is something that is just not baseball strength. Baseball is an incredible local product, and you care about your local team, and that's the way you consume the game. I think I would be leaning into that if you can find the right, money making.
But all the regional networks didn't work either.
Well, they did. It's not because of the regional networks. It's because of a trend in cutting cords. It's not that the regional networks itself were problematic. They worked very well. They got good ratings. They made a ton of money. But then everybody stopped. You've got to find a way to go direct to consumer, and that to me will be a local deal much more so than a national one. All right. Well, in the meantime, regardless of how the money is made, the Mariners have a roster to fill out, and they got less than a week to get it done. We're going to talk through what this looks like, and some of what we heard from Shannon Brock, I think, made it even more confusing. It's next on Brock and Salk.
4 down territory. Going inside the game with former Cougs and Seahawks wide receiver Michael Bumpus.
What's the film study shown you on Marquez Valdez-Scantling?
I like it. He's a player that runs his routes with effort. There are some guys who just look really smooth when they do their thing. He's an effort type of guy. I think he understands how to attack leverage. He's a willing blocker, and that's something you have to do in this Kubiak offense. And even in that Kubiak offense, the effort is always there.
4 down territory. Every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bump and Stacy.
All right, when we start talking about summer, it's great to start thinking about all the great things you want to do, right? Get out on the golf course, vacations, just kind of cruising around the Northwest. Why not make this summer the one to remember? Look and feel your absolute very best. If you start working on this now, you can get it done before Memorial Day. You'll be totally ready by July 4th. It's Mike Salk here, 45 days. That's what it takes. Lose almost a pound every day. I lost 35 in total with Eastside Weight Loss Clinic, and it honestly, I swear to you, it's not that hard. You can do it. It's not a crazy diet. There's no cardio exercise, no pills, no injections, no scary side effects. It is all healthy, delicious meals that you make for yourself after you buy them at the grocery store. It's that simple. You watch the pounds just fall off. You can do this. 15-minute call. It's all it takes. No obligation. Schedule it right now at eastsideweightlossklinik.com. You really have nothing to lose other than all the extra weight. Go to eastsideweightlossklinik.com. Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it.
Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/choice55 to learn more. With AutoPay plus taxes and fees, plus $5 per line without AutoPay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. Motorola Edge on us with 24 monthly bill credits and new line for well-qualified customers, plus tax and $35 per line connection charge. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
I've always said, the car sales in the 1980s and 1990s, earned the rep that we have today. The concerns that consumers have because of what has happened in our industry in the past, they're warranted. It's our job to show them that that's not how business is done anymore, right? It's very different business. It's much more transparent. There's much more information that's available to people, and we're much more customer focused than I think the car industry was, 20, 30 years ago. I'm more focused on providing good customer service and relationships, because I think if you take care of people, money will always come. So I think just the philosophy and the focus for us has changed, where I was constantly chasing a paycheck, and now I'm just constantly trying to take care of customers and employees, because I know if I do that, then my paycheck will take care of itself.
The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contests are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on seattlesports.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
The John Schneider Show.
Every Thursday until draft day on Wyman and Bob.
Listen live Thursdays at 4 p.m. or watch the interviews on the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hard-working partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
You think your home is pretty cool until that summer heat hits, and suddenly your home isn't that cool. In fact, it's hot. Air conditioning from Washington Energy Services can help. Stay cool this summer with our biggest spring savings event ever. This month only, take up to $4,000 off an energy-efficient Bryant cooling system with exclusive Washington Energy rebates. Ensure your home is always the cool house with air conditioning from Washington Energy Services. Contact us today for a free estimate.
Free consultations, no fee guarantees, 5-star reviews. JP Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains the importance of going beyond these familiar offerings.
Accident victims want an attorney, Tom, that satisfies their needs. Someone who handles those needs with the highest degree of care. Pendergast Law offers the no-fee guarantees and free consultations, but these only scratch the surface.
Okay, explain more.
We make sure that every member of our team is genuinely passionate about helping others. Customer service and communication are our top priority. It's how we take care of our clients so they always feel one step ahead of the insurance companies. Our strong reputation for high standards provides comfort and confidence when it's needed most.
Pendergast Law offers the free consultations, the no-fee guarantees, and of course, they are 5-star rated. But what really makes them different is their genuine passion for helping others. I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
That's PendergastLaw.com.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
We're rolling on here, Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com. Sorry, I was distracted. There was somebody here in my studio. Program director in here reaming me out. No, he was just chatting about some stuff. Anyway, let's see, Brock. I made an Excel spreadsheet. Yes, I got on Excel.
Yeah, how'd that go?
It went pretty well.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. I mean, it was about as simple as
I was kind of looking for a pie graph, something kind of fun.
I didn't think that was necessary. No, this was just sort of I was using Excel mostly because of the number feature on the left side. I am no expert in Excel. That is for sure.
Were you good at math?
Yeah.
Yeah. You get up to calculus?
I did.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Okay.
I got to AP calculus, as a matter of fact.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Attaboy.
I got all the way there.
Fancy.
I did. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
That was the end of it. Like, I had some friends in college who were doing like advanced math. Like, whoa.
Yeah,
Once you get into theoretical math, it
yeah.
is
Foreign language.
They're just dealing with lines and points and like.
All math is theoretical to me.
That's a good point. That's fair. Anyway, this is really counting more than math. This was just like, can we count to 26? 13 on one side, 13 on the other, 13 hitters, 13 pitchers. And, you know, it's Excel turned out to be a helpful way of doing this.
Mm-hmm.
On the offensive side of this, most of this is pretty set in stone. Cal, Garver, Raley, Solano, Moore, Crawford, Polanco, Arozarena, Julio, Robles, those 10 set in stone, right? I think we all know that there's no debate there. That leaves you with 3 more spots. I would say that for sure Ryan Bliss is on this team, don't you think?
It'd be hard if you're a new regime that's come in and you do your developmental organization as well. You love to see your own develop and thrive. As Shannon said when I asked her earlier this morning, give me the one Mariner who's improved their stock more than anybody else over the last month and a half down there in the desert, and she didn't hesitate. It was Ryan Bliss.
Yeah.
I would imagine with his speed, his base stealing capability. Yeah.
I think you would also note that Cole Young did not particularly perform well at
And he was
spring
banged
training.
up, which did not help.
Didn't. Again, not a shot at him, but he's not going to make the opening day roster. That dream is kind of out the window.
Yep.
So it seems pretty clear that Ryan Bliss is on this roster to start the year. Whether he ends up starting at second base or, kind of working in, we'll see. But for me, that one is essentially a given. It leaves 2 spots left for bats. One, to me, is either Mitch Haniger or Rowdy Tellez. I don't see how you could possibly have both of those guys on the roster. And I've been saying for quite some time, since we were down at spring training, I just don't see how Mitch Haniger fits on this roster.
Well,
I don't think
if he wasn't making $13 million, it wouldn't even.
It's
be a
more than
question.
that, but yes, I think it's like 15 and a half. Yeah, it's a good chunk of money. There's no doubt. But I don't think that is. Look, it's the last year of the deal. So you can either spend that money for him to be on the team, or you can spend that money for him to not be on the team. But if I'm going to spend the money either way, I'd rather get more production out of the spot than give it to a guy that also can't really play the field. Say what you want about Rowdy Tellez. He's not a great first baseman. But he is a first baseman. He can play first base. You're at a point now with Mitch Haniger where he can't play the field anymore.
How hilarious is it to think about that Rowdy Tellez actually makes this team more versatile if he's on the roster? Because if he is, Luke Raley goes to the outfield where he should be in the first place. You can take Randy out of the outfield where he probably shouldn't be in the first place at this point.
Yeah.
And it lets Dylan Moore play more outfield where he also should be.
Or it allows Solano to play more third base instead of more first base where he probably shouldn't be because he's so short. I mean, he does. He does make the team. He allows the other more versatile players on the team to go to better spots. And Mitch Haniger doesn't do any of that. So
now, Rowdy has no options. Come Sunday, you're going to guarantee, if he's on the rosters, his $1.5 million salary for the entire year.
Well, John Morosi thinks he's on it.
The interesting thing now, with respect to this roster and how it all balances out, is Rowdy Tellez and his claim now to more at bats. Because if Garver, depending on how many games Garver is going to catch, I think that's the unknown here. Is he's both the backup catcher and potentially the primary DH. What does that mean for Mitch Haniger? What does that mean for Tellez? I am of the mind, and I saw Ryan Divish's report about Tellez having the opt-out this weekend, which fits with someone who has that level of service time in Major League Baseball and sign a minor league deal. I'll say it right here. I would be really surprised if he does not make the opening day roster. He's had a really good spring. Tellez's support, the better that he plays, depending on how they want to mix and match with the at-bats, the better Tellez plays, especially if Haniger is not really ready to go from a physical standpoint, then really maybe more of Garver's at-bats will come as the true backup catcher.
Yeah, so, I mean, again, all of that kind of makes sense. I'm with John on all of it, and it's why I said a few weeks ago, and I'll stand by it, look, maybe there's a reprieve for Mitch Haniger because he's hurt, and maybe he starts the season on the IL, and you get a couple of weeks to figure out whether or not Tellez is able to keep the, good start going into the season, or maybe he gets hurt and you still have Mitch as a backup plan. GMs and of all nature in all sports want as many, they want as much flexibility as they could possibly have, and that gives you the most amount of flexibility. It means you don't have to make the choice yet. But ultimately, a healthy Mitch Haniger, it's just hard to see how he's on this roster.
This plays no role whatsoever, but I kind of like him too. Like he seems like a likable.
I know, we're trying to talk to him tomorrow. He's like a big barrel of laughs guy.
Yeah, and just kind of walking by him and seeing him there and watching his interactions and talking to the other guys.
I mean, he looks
a lot
like
of
Matt
times,
Stairs. He looks like a big softball player.
Remember, was it 2 years ago? Last year, gosh, that little sawed-off and he ended up. He was an out. Maybe it was Matt Stairs. No, it wasn't Stairs.
Matt Stairs hasn't played baseball in 15 years.
It was a little outfielder kind of guy. Played for the Rangers. He played for the A's. He was just and he came into camp. He was a minor league invite, and he had a pretty decent camp. He actually made a big league roster somewhere else. Left-handed hitting, gritty, short, smaller, sawed-off kind of outfield guy. Anyhow, he came into camp, and he was just kind of to himself a ton. Just, he'd played pretty well, and he was a Mariner killer at certain different times. And it kind of watched him. He just never felt like he interacted, assimilated. It felt like
I know who you're thinking of. Wait.
Yes.
Are you thinking of the right fielder, the redhead who looks like Justin Myers?
Yes. That's exactly.
You mean Cole Calhoun?
There you go. That's exactly who I'm thinking
Angels.
of. Yep, Angels. Sorry, not the Astros. Angels, and he came in, and it was like you could tell he was on a mission. Like, I'm on a minor league deal, and I'm going to prove to the rest of the league that I can still play, and I'm going to find a job here. It's not going to be here, and kind of knew that. Rowdy did not give me those vibes at all.
No, he's just there having a good time.
I'm having a good time. I fit my first name. I'm a character. I'm likable. I'm the big guy on the roster.
And I'm
always
here to
have
hit
been.
bombs. Like, that's why I'm here. I'm swinging for the fences. I'm here to hit bombs.
Yep. And to Lyle's point, it's amazing. He actually gives you more versatility and puts guys in more better, maybe spots, comfortable spots for them.
So I think you were all sort of on the same page here. I mean, assuming that that's what happens, Rowdy makes the roster. Mitch Haniger is either on the IL or DFA'd.
And you give yourself more time.
Yeah, he'll probably start on the, because there's no reason. It's not like you save money. You keep him around for a week, fine, whatever. I mean, that's not a big deal. And then if he's ready to come back and you're happy with Tellez and everything else, you can just move on from him.
Tellez have to be added to the 40-man, though?
He might, but you always have room in the 40-man. That's not a problem.
And then the final spot. What are we doing?
Well, it's either Miles Masterboni or Leo Rivas. To me, this is pretty simple. Whoever the best defensive infielder is needs to be on the roster, because the biggest problem with this team today is not its hitting. It's its infield defense. The infield defense right now is a problem for this team. It's going to be bad. If it is what it is right now, it's not going to be good. Jorge Polanco is not a third baseman, has never been a third baseman, and wasn't a very good second baseman last year. The idea that he's going to be receiving regular reps at third base doesn't make any sense. Luke Raley is an outfielder who can capably slide over to first base, but he is not an everyday first baseman, and he does not look like an everyday first baseman when you watch him there. He's not smooth at the position, certainly not the way he is in the outfield. Donovan Solano would be the shortest first baseman in the league by 5 inches. The three options, and by the way, even Rowdy Tellez is a butcher at first base.
Well, and throw Dylan Moore into this too. His best spot's the outfield. He doesn't grade that well as a second baseman.
So, go Glover, Lyle.
I was going to get
at second base.
Wow, go Glover.
And Ryan Bliss is not a great second baseman either. He makes some great plays, but he's going to butcher some easy ones. That's a lot of guys you're counting on to play the infield who are not particularly good at the positions you're asking them to
JP
play.
is no longer the eraser.
He's not. He's a good shortstop. I'm not going to put him into this conversation as problematic. But my God, you're talking about one of your third basemen, two of your second basemen, and 3 of your third basemen all being suboptimal for the positions.
And
Again, you can survive those things.
And you know where that's going to show up. So it's not going to be the strikeouts that people will say. It's not going to be a batting average that people will say. It's going to be like a play or two a game that you just don't save an out or make an out.
Yep, and then you give them an extra out, and then they score because
it's going to be like a play or two a game. It's not going to be as noticeable to the general public as much, but to a team where every out matters, every game matters, every inch of margin matters.
And here's what I would say is you can survive some of those things if you can do 2 things. 1, obviously, if you hit well, that will help. But 2, if you have players that you can bring in late in the game to fix it, right? I mean, like you can survive because you always have a little more time, right? So, all right, if Polanco makes an error or not an error, but a play that he could have made, doesn't get to, and it leads to a run, all right, it's the 3rd inning, and you find your way to work back from it. But you can't have that stuff in the 8th and 9th inning, especially the 9th. And so when I look at this roster, one of the things that I think it really does need is somebody, and this is why it's hard for me to carry both Bliss and like Dylan Moore. Like, who's gonna play the infield in the 9th inning? Well, if Rivas is your best defensive infielder, then he better be on this roster over Masterboni. I don't care which of them can hit. I don't care which of them is more, ability to play in the outfield. You can always move Dylan Moore to the outfield. You can always move Luke Raley to the outfield. Give me the guy who can capably play infield defense in the 9th inning because they need it badly. Badly.
Yep.
So, to me, that starts with Leo Rivas, but I'm going to go one better on this. Ben Williamson's going to start the year in AAA at Tacoma. If he is...
It needs to, and he needs bats there.
If he is not overmatched in Tacoma, I think he's up by May 1st. Like, the infield defense is so good and such a clear difference from everybody else you're talking about here.
To be a late inning replacement kind of guy?
Sure. Or I don't know exactly in what role. I mean, obviously you would love for him to hit well enough to play every day. Then you could move Polanco to second. You could move Dylan Moore and other people into it would open up a lot of options if Ben Williamson could become your everyday third baseman. But that's not what I'm predicting today. Okay. I'm just going to tell you, I think as long as he's not overwhelmed at Tacoma, and he might be, but if he's not, you're going to be here real soon. Because you need the defense.
Two things. Lyle, your guy, your dream.
Let me just give me one. Last quick point on that. I don't think you ruin Ben Williamson if you bring him up too early the way you would with a Colt Emerson or somebody like that. He's been through college. He's been all the way through, and he's not a super prospect that you've got to baby and make sure it goes perfectly. Yep. You could get this guy up just for his defense, and it would be good enough.
Okay. Kobe Mayo play any defense at third?
He's not a great defender. He's not a great defender, but I'm not interested in Kobe Mayo for his defense.
Okay. So at the very bottom, we're talking about the final man on the roster here. We're spending significant minutes on the morning show talking about
because there's not that many other, real conversations about the roster.
Is there somebody out there that is going to be waived or cut?
Definitely a question.
To me like somebody has got to be able to fill that kind of spot, to be a defensive replacement late in the game.
If one of those guys is out there and you like him better than Masterboni or Rivas, I would scoop him up in a hurry because I think that is going to be a really, really important thing.
All right.
Pitching
now
side of it?
Yeah, flip over in your Excel spreadsheet.
Pretty easy, man.
Ladies and gentlemen, we go to page 2 of the Excel spreadsheet.
Page 2 is pretty easy. I mean, Logan, Luis, Bryce, and Wu, that's easy. Hancock is going to take the spot filled eventually by George Kirby. Okay, fine. Munoz, Gregory Santos, again, got my eyes on him, but Gregory Santos is going to be on the opening day roster. Yep. That your guy Trent Thornton is. That Gabe Spire is. Colin Snyder is. And so that leads you down, the last 3 spots. 2 of them will eventually be taken by Matt Brash and Troy Taylor. Another of them may eventually be taken by either Brandon Garcia, Logan Evans, or even the other guy, Jackson Coar, if he's able to return from his surgery. He's another guy with big league kind of experience. So these last 3 spots. No, I put him in my last 3.
He's going to make the
opening day roster. Yes. But he's going to be in my grouping of 3 that may not last on this team. Yep. I think in a perfect world, you have somebody else playing that role other than Saucedo. And then I'm going to guess that Legumina ends up making the team. They seem to really like him. He's got some big league experience. When you watch him, when you guys get to see him, you will see the Paul Sewald comp. It's very similar.
It's his twin.
It's his baseball twin for sure. I mean, same similar slinging arm angle, same pitch combination. I mean, he's essentially like the next Paul Sewald. I don't know if he's as good, but if he is, he's going to be on this team for sure. And then I thought it might be Edward Bizardo, but Shannon threw out a couple of other names.
Bizardo?
It's not Eduardo. There's a couple other names.
I always want to say that in my head, too.
I know. It's just so much more fun that way.
Gulia.
Shannon mentioned Eduardo, Jesse Hahn, who's been a pro with the dog. Jesse Hahn has like a 37.5 ERA this spring. If Jesse Hahn makes this team, it is the biggest statement ever that spring training stats don't matter that's ever been made. It's like he's been awful all spring.
How about the guy that resurrected like Lazarus? Hadn't been in the league for like 5 years or something.
So I asked him, one of those guys got cut. That's Neftali Feliz. He did not make it. Drew Pomeranz is the other.
Yes.
I don't think Pomeranz is going to make the team. But I have been asking around about Pomeranz because I was curious, and I'm kind of rooting for the guy to make it. And he's been pretty good this spring.
Yes.
If he takes a AAA assignment, I think eventually he will make it back to the team.
Oh, okay.
He supposedly, I don't know the guy, but from everything I've always heard about him, he's like a good dude, a good leader, a good pro, the kind of guy that maybe would be helpful to have to keep everyone settled down in that bullpen. And, that can be a really good thing. He's got to pitch well enough to make it happen. Yeah. But I think he's been better than expected this spring. So maybe there's room eventually for Pomeranz.
We talk about all of our stars, right? And certainly on sports radio and certainly in these hours that we get every morning, it's going to be dominated by the Logan Gilberts and Cy Youngs, the Julio Rodriguez, the Cal Raleighs, right? The names, the people we know, the stars. but the reality in April and May, and you just know it. Dan Wilson has talked about it. He talked about it with you and I a month ago when we were down there. Like, you just know how these games are going to go. It's kind of like an old Pete Carroll football game. You just know it's going to be a one-possession game in the fourth quarter. And equally, you just know in the weather that they're going to hit next Thursday. And the A's coming in. Where are they from? They're from Sacramento,
Don't worry
Vegas,
about it. They're
Oakland.
just the A's.
The A's come in here, right? And they're going to be hit in the face with the same weather. And all these teams that have had Florida time and Arizona time are going to come up here in April and into May. And it's going to be cold. And the marine layer is going to be out and all that good stuff. And you know these games, Salk, more than likely, are going to come down to the 7th and the 8th and the 9th. And it's not just going to be Mooney closing it out in the 9th. It's going to be Colin Snyder. It's going to be Trent Thornton. It's going to be Saucedo. It's going to be Greg Spire. It's going to be these guys, you know, that we don't talk about an awful lot, but you just know are going to be magnified in all of these leverage spots, especially to start this season.
It is an odd roster, man. It is a little odd. And I was thinking about, you know, the
choppy. It just feels a little choppy.
It does feel a little kind of, like there doesn't seem to be like this thread running through it. One thing I thought we might see.
It's like there was an opportunity to impact. Like,
not just that.
There's just a few spots.
Taking the impact conversation out of it.
Oh, okay.
That's a different conversation that we've had many
sorry.
times.
We have.
We all know where everybody stands on the lack of impact that was added this offseason. There's no need to revisit it today.
Okay,
I think we know where everyone stands on the lack of impact.
All right.
I would have guessed that with a team that has spoken pretty openly about wanting to be more aggressive, wanting to be more athletic, that there would be more athletes of the 13 guys that are going to make the opening day roster for the hitting side of it. I got 6 or 7 athletes.
Yeah.
I think I would have expected more than that. And I'm kind of looking through it. Look, Cal, doesn't really matter, but your catcher's not going to do that. Garver's obviously not going to do that. Rayleigh would be one. Right? And pretty athletic, especially if he's playing first base. Solano is not that. Dylan Moore is. Crawford is not. Polanco is not. Arozarena, Julio Robles, your whole outfield absolutely is. Ryan Bliss is. We'll see how much he plays. Whether it's, Rowdy or Haniger, they are not. And then, we'll see on the Rivas Masterboni thing. That would sort of put you over the top, over 50%. But that is, I don't know. A little surprising that there's not a little bit more athleticism there.
They're all young, man. They're named Cole and Harry and Arroyo and Ty and Farmello. And, I mean, they're all down on the farm.
Yeah.
Honestly, like all those top prospects, save for Laz. But Laz is a giant of a man, right, and a dynamic guy in his own different ways. But, yeah, that's what's striking is they are. And it struck you and me and Lyle and Moore when we were down there. Just so happens they're all 19 and 20 and 21 and 22 and a little bit of time away from the big league club.
And I think we're going to see some of those guys earlier rather than later. I mean, a couple things. AAA Tacoma is going to be the best it's looked in forever. I mean, it has been years since they've really had much of anything at Tacoma, right? It's always been either AA or in the big leagues. You're going to have Cole Young there. You're going to have Tyler Locklear there. You're going to have both Garcia and Evans, I would assume, are going to be there. I think Harry Ford is going to be there. Yeah, I mean, so all those guys are just 45 minutes away. That's pretty good. I think that is very helpful to have that as close. The other part of this conversation, and I know that nobody wants to hear it today, but that Everett team is going to be so stacked to start the year for about a month. And then all those guys are going to get promoted up to AA. Yep. But to start the year, Colt Emerson, Ty Pete, Laz Montez, Durangelo Sencha. Who am I missing that's going to be? I mean, there's so many dudes that are going to be in Everett.
Yep.
Depends on where they start Arroyo. But if he's back in Everett.
I think Arroyo's going to be in Everett. Yeah.
You think? A young pitcher?
He had a 900 OPS last year. Maybe.
I think he's going to be in Everett. Yeah. Who did you say, Brock?
The young pitcher,
Ryan Sloan. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if he's there yet.
Now, him and Felnine will probably be in Modesto.
Okay.
But that's a lot of dudes to start off, and obviously you're waiting on Farmello to get healthy, and then you'll probably put him into that list as well.
In a week from today, baby, opening day. 1 week from today. In my cup stays in my cup. Hey!
You want to hear that one? You need to hear that one more time before we get out of here.
Hey! Is that G. Scott saying hey?
That's not, no.
Are you sure?
Yes.
He was living in Vegas at
Stop
this time. Come on.
Just stop.
Right here. you sure?
Yeah. Brock. Come on, man.
Hey!
You think this is going to be Cooper Kupp's touchdown song?
I would hope so.
Oh.
Who do we need to talk to? Who do we need to talk to at the
NASA?
Seahawks? Do you think Cooper Kupp even knows of that song?
No.
I didn't know of that song until
100%
yesterday when we got
But your
that
last
message.
name's not Kupp.
Just
All right, we'll be
proves
back
that
tomorrow. G's going to be with
Maura
us.
doesn't open up my text. I sent that to her a week ago. She didn't look at it.
I'm hoping to get
But I
Rowdy
didn't know what it
Tellez.
was. I didn't
even
understand it.
She didn't even care.
We're going to try to get Rowdy Tellez tomorrow. That's the goal. We'll see what happens. G will be here. Bunch of other stuff as well. We'll catch you guys at 6 a.m. Stick around for Bump and Stacy next. And guess where the hay is, Brock?
Go Pokes in the barn.
See everybody.
Get to the chopper!
For Down Territory, going inside the game with former Cougs and Seahawks wide receiver Michael Bumpus.
What's the film study shown you on Marquez Valdez-Scantling?
I like it. He's a player that runs his routes with effort. There are some guys who just look really smooth when they do their thing. He's an effort type of guy. I think he understands how to attack leverage. He's a willing blocker, and that's something you have to do in this Kubiak offense. And within that Kubiak offense, the effort is always there.
For Down Territory, every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bump and Stacy.
Can you take the power of your home internet almost anywhere? Well, with Xfinity, you can. Do more of what you love in the places you go the most with internet and mobile together. Xfinity built a network that's 99.99% reliable. Plus, Xfinity Mobile has Wi-Fi Power Boost, giving you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. Get the same reliable network in the places you need the most. The coffee shop, the grocery store, or the game. All to power more of what you love, whether you're a gamer, streaming, or work from home. Whatever you're into, you'll love how fast you can do it with Xfinity Internet and Mobile. And now through April 21st, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and one unlimited mobile line together for $25 a month for 1 year with no annual contract. And save $1,000 in your first year over Verizon and AT&T. Plus, ask how to get a free premium 5G phone. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with store bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra after promo. Regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary. Savings compared to Verizon 5G, Internet Plus One Unlimited Welcome Line, and AT&T Internet 300 Plus One Unlimited Starter SL Line. Xfinity Internet required. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is for you too. Stubborn fat is really hard to get rid of, and then there's all those gimmicky lasers, fat freezing methods, and prescriptions. Imagine a simple solution that takes just 1 day and provides immediate noticeable results. Introducing ProSculpt. ProSculpt uses air-assisted technology that's safe and gentle yet powerful, delivering instant fat-reducing and skin-tightening results. Performed by board-certified plastic surgeons while fully awake, ProSculpt contours your body with minimal downtime. It's designed to target those problem areas: waistline, neck, face, arms, thighs. ProSculpt gently removes unwanted fat and tightens loose skin with FDA-cleared plasma technology, all in a simple, guaranteed 1-day procedure. ProSculpt is one and done. Schedule your free consultation at prosculpt.com for $250 off. For powerful permanent fat removal and skin tightening that works for ladies and you men, it's prosculpt.com.
Hundreds of vehicles on the ground, 8 dealerships, 14 brands, all in one location. Visit West Hills Autoplex. We have more brands in one location than anywhere else in Washington State, import or domestic, new or pre-owned. We make finding your perfect vehicle easy, and that means a remarkable car buying experience for you. Skip the hassle with West Hills' streamlined buying experience and feel confident buying from your neighborhood family-owned dealerships. West Hills Autoplex, Auto Centerway exit, Highway 3, Bremerton.
Washington State ranks number 5 in the country for auto theft. The most high-risk vehicles are Kia, Hyundai, Ford F-150, F-250, and F-350. Help keep your car safe with these simple and important tips. Don't leave your car running unattended. Park in well-lit areas. Lock up every time. Keep valuables out of sight. Use an anti-theft device like a steering wheel lock. Share this information with friends and family. Prevent the theft and keep you and your vehicle safe. These tips brought to you by the Washington Auto Theft Prevention Authority.
Febreze. It's a classic odor tale. You fried fish for dinner, cleaned up, but the smell is still in the house. And the neighbors are coming over for game night. They're on their way. And then you spray Febreze Air Mist. Febreze Air starts working instantly to fight even your toughest odors, so you go from fish to fresh like that. Now all you have to worry about is Pam cheating at charades.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
Jackson Hewitt wants you to save money on tax prep. We're saving money by having our intern rap in this commercial.
Don't stress, Jackson Hewitt's got expert tax prep, $149 or less. Yo, some tax guys lie about price. What? They got hidden fees, that ain't nice. Ain't nice. Don't ignore MC Kevin's rhyme, because this deal's for a limited time. $149.
For tax prep that's $149 or less, hurry into Jackson Hewitt today.
No cap.
Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
Welcome to Staples.
I hear Staples prints it all for any business.
You bet, and we'll beat any print quote.
So if I had a pizza place...
Staples can print signs, menus, pizza boxes.
A landscaping business?
Oh, we can print yard signs, T-shirts, brochures.
How about a pizza/landscaping business? I'll call it Dough and Mo.
I like it.
Right now at Staples, get up to $250 off your print purchase. Ends 4/5, exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for offer details. Price match guarantee valid in store and staples.com/print. Visit staples.com/price match for details.
Febreze. It's a classic odor tale. You fried fish for dinner, cleaned up, but the smell is still in the house. And the neighbors are coming over for game night. They're on their way. And then you spray Febreze Air Mist. Febreze Air starts working instantly to fight even your toughest odors, so you go from fish to fresh like that. Now, all you have to worry about is Pam cheating at charades.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
March Madness is underway, currently playing number 9 Creighton and number 8 Louisville and number 11 High Point against number 4 Purdue. Number 3 Wisconsin next to tip-off. That's at 10:30. Zags and Georgia battle the Bulldogs. Face off later this afternoon at 1:35. In the women's tourney, first for the Huskies, tipping off today against Columbia at 4 p.m.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time. From the Quantum Fiber Studio,
this is Bump and Stacy
on Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross.
Here we go now. First day of March Madness. I know that's not necessarily what we're opening the show with, but we've got the games on. This is one of your favorite times of the year. I know neither of our alma maters are playing.
Nah, mine is on like a once every 6 to 8 year type of deal. We take our time.
I would hope mine was a little more frequent, but we've been struggling. Maybe a good class coming in though, but I got to look ahead. I got to look ahead to 26. But yeah, it's we've got brackets that we filled out at work. Something